Right now, while you're listening to this, somewhere in a laboratory, a scientist is staring at data that makes no sense. The numbers don't lie, but they tell a story that shouldn't be possible. Ancient artifacts displaying impossible precision, sounds from the deep that defy explanation, structures older than civilization itself, built by people who supposedly knew nothing of astronomy or engineering. Tonight, we're entering a world where the more we discover, the less we understand, where each answer births 3 new questions, and where the phrase "according to current scientific understanding" appears far too often in research papers. These aren't conspiracy theories or wild fantasies. They're documented phenomena that have earned their place in peer-reviewed journals precisely because they resist every attempt at rational explanation. So settle in, let confusion become your companion, and allow the beautiful mystery of our world to carry you into sleep. The Antikythera Mechanism. When marine archaeologist Valerio Stais lifted a corroded lump of bronze from a storage room in 1902, he noticed something that made him pause. Embedded in the green patina were the faint outlines of gear wheels. His colleagues dismissed it as the remains of an ancient clock, but Stais suspected he was looking at something far more extraordinary. The artifact had been recovered a year earlier by sponge divers working the waters off Antikythera, a small Greek island between Crete and the mainland. They'd been seeking shelter from a storm when they discovered something remarkable on the seafloor: the wreckage of an ancient Roman ship, its cargo hold filled with marble statues, pottery, and bronze objects that would later be dated to around 70 BCE. Among these treasures lay what appeared to be nothing more than a calcified rock. For months, it sat ignored in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, just another piece of debris from antiquity. But as seawater slowly evaporated from its porous surface, cracks began to appear, revealing glimpses of something that shouldn't have existed for another 1,000 years. The mechanism, as we now know it, contained at least 37 meshing bronze gears, arranged in a complex system that could track the movements of the sun, moon, and planets with startling accuracy. X-ray imaging conducted decades later revealed inscriptions in ancient Greek explaining how to operate what researchers now call the world's first analog computer. Consider the implications. This device was constructed sometime between 150 and 100 BCE, during the Hellenistic period when Roman legions were conquering the Mediterranean. Yet its level of sophistication rivals clockwork mechanisms that wouldn't appear in European workshops until the 14th century CE. The gear ratios demonstrate a mathematical understanding of planetary motion that we assumed hadn't been achieved until the Renaissance. Dr. Michael Wright, a former curator at the Science Museum in London, spent years creating a working replica of the mechanism. His research revealed layers of complexity that continue to astonish the scientific community. The device could predict solar and lunar eclipses decades in advance, calculate the timing of the Olympic Games, and track the 19-year metonic cycle that aligns lunar months with solar years. But Wright's work also highlighted how much we still don't understand. Several gear trains appear to serve unknown functions, their purpose lost to the corrosive effects of 2 millennia underwater. Fragments of the mechanism remain scattered across multiple storage facilities, some pieces so deteriorated that their original shape can only be guessed at through computer modeling. The precision of the surviving gears suggests manufacturing techniques that we struggle to explain. Each tooth was hand-cut with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. The bronze alloy shows a level of metallurgical knowledge that speaks to generations of refinement and experimentation. This wasn't the work of a single craftsman, but rather the culmination of a sophisticated technological tradition. Recent analysis using advanced imaging techniques has revealed additional inscriptions hidden within the mechanism's structure. These texts reference astronomical phenomena and mathematical concepts that expand our understanding of ancient Greek science. Yet for every question answered, new puzzles emerge. References to planetary movements suggest the builders possessed observational data spanning centuries, but how such detailed records were maintained across generations remains unclear. The existence of the Antikythera mechanism forces us to reconsider our assumptions about technological development in the ancient world. If Greek craftsmen could create mechanical computers 2,000 years ago, what other sophisticated devices might have existed? How many innovations were lost when the Library of Alexandria burned? or when the Western Roman Empire collapsed. Archaeological evidence suggests that complex gearing systems were known in the ancient world, but the Antikythera device represents a quantum leap in application and precision. It's as if we discovered a jet engine in a medieval monastery. Not impossible, perhaps, but far beyond what the historical record would lead us to expect. The mechanism's presence on a Roman cargo ship heading west raises additional questions. Was this a unique artifact being transported as a curiosity, or were such devices common enough to be traded commercially? The ship's cargo suggests wealthy patrons with refined tastes, but we can only speculate about the mechanism's intended destination or purpose. Some researchers propose that the device represents the surviving example of a broader technological tradition that was subsequently lost. Ancient texts make cryptic references to mechanical marvels that may have incorporated similar principles. Archimedes, who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was famous for his ingenious machines, though detailed descriptions of his work have not survived. The bronze alloy used in the mechanism's construction contains trace elements that might reveal its geographic origin, but corrosion has complicated such analysis. We know it was built in the Greek world, but whether in Athens, Rhodes, or some other center of learning remains a matter of scholarly debate. Each possibility carries different implications for how this technology developed and spread. Modern efforts to fully reconstruct the mechanism continue to reveal new complexities. Computer simulations based on the surviving fragments suggest capabilities that extend beyond simple astronomical calculation. Some gear trains appear designed to model the irregular motion of planets as observed from Earth, incorporating epicycles and other mathematical concepts that wouldn't be formalized until Ptolemy's work centuries later. The Antikythera Mechanism stands as a reminder that history rarely unfolds in the linear progression we imagine. Technologies emerge, flourish, and sometimes vanish, leaving only tantalizing fragments to puzzle future generations. Somewhere in the Mediterranean, other ships lie waiting on the seafloor, their cargo holds potentially containing additional examples of ancient ingenuity that could reshape our understanding of human achievement. This single corroded artifact has already transformed our perception of ancient Greek capabilities. What other assumptions about the past might crumble when confronted with evidence that survives against all odds? The mechanism's gears, frozen by time and salt water, continue to turn in our imagination, calculating mysteries we're still learning to appreciate. The Voynich Manuscript. In 1912, a rare book dealer named Wilfred Voynich discovered something that would torment scholars for the next century. Hidden in the Villa Mondragone near Rome, among a collection of manuscripts, lay a book that defied every attempt at understanding. The Voynich Manuscript, as it came to be known, represents perhaps the most maddening puzzle in the history of human communication. The manuscript spans 240 pages of vellum, though experts believe roughly 32 pages have been lost to time. What makes this medieval codex extraordinary isn't its age. Carbon dating places it between 1404 and 1438, but rather what fills those carefully prepared animal skin pages. Every line contains text written in a script that matches no known alphabet, language, or writing system in human history. The characters themselves seem almost familiar, yet completely alien. They flow with the natural rhythm of written language, complete with what appear to be punctuation marks, paragraph breaks, and consistent spelling patterns. Statistical analysis reveals the kind of linguistic structures you'd expect from genuine communication. Certain character combinations appear frequently, others never occur together, and the overall distribution follows patterns seen in real languages. Yet despite nearly 6 centuries of existence, not a single word has been definitively decoded. What makes the mystery deeper are the illustrations. The manuscript divides into distinct sections, each with its own visual theme. The botanical section displays over 100 detailed drawings of plants, yet botanists have identified only a handful as real species. Most appear to be fantastical creations: flowers with faces, roots that spiral impossibly, leaves that seem to morph between different plant families on a single stem. The astronomical section contains circular diagrams resembling zodiacal charts, but with imagery that diverges from traditional European or Islamic astronomical texts of the period. Strange hybrid creatures occupy spaces where you might expect conventional constellation figures. The calendrical wheels show what appear to be months with varying numbers of divisions, some containing 30 sections, others 29, arranged in ways that don't correspond to any known calendar system. Perhaps most unsettling is the biological section, filled with drawings of nude female figures bathing in green pools connected by intricate networks of tubes and vessels. The women appear to be emerging from or dissolving into plant-like structures, their bodies sometimes merging with the organic networks that surround them. These images have sparked theories ranging from alchemical processes to early anatomical studies, yet none provide satisfactory explanations for their bizarre symbolism. Professional cryptographers have thrown their most sophisticated techniques at the manuscript. During World War II, some of the same codebreakers who cracked enemy communications turned their attention to this medieval puzzle. They found nothing. Computer analysis in the modern era has revealed statistical properties that seem to rule out random gibberish, yet the text maintains an entropy level that suggests either an extremely sophisticated cipher or a completely unknown language structure. The manuscript's provenance only deepens the enigma. Before Voynich's discovery, it belonged to the Jesuit Collegio Romano, where it had resided for centuries. A letter found with the text, dated 1666, identifies the previous owner as Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who allegedly purchased it believing it to be the work of Roger Bacon, the 13th century English philosopher and proto-scientist. The letter claims Rudolph paid 600 ducats for it, an enormous sum equivalent to purchasing a large house. Carbon dating and ink analysis confirm the manuscript's medieval origins, effectively ruling out modern forgery. The vellum comes from calves, prepared using techniques consistent with 15th century European practices. The inks contain materials and pigments available during that period, applied with methods that show natural aging patterns impossible to fake convincingly. Yet the content itself seems to emerge from nowhere. Medieval European manuscripts typically show influences from earlier texts, borrowing artistic conventions, copying established plant illustrations, or adapting known astronomical diagrams. The Voynich manuscript appears to spring into existence fully formed, with no apparent precedents or influences. Some researchers have proposed it represents a lost language, perhaps from an isolated community that developed its own writing system. Others suggest it's an elaborate cipher, created by someone with remarkable knowledge of linguistic statistics who wanted to hide sensitive information about medicine, alchemy, or natural philosophy. A few have theorized it's a constructed language, an artificial communication system created for purposes we can no longer fathom. The botanical illustrations present their own puzzle. Several appear to show pharmaceutical processes, roots being processed, liquids being distilled, mysterious substances being combined. If the manuscript represents a medieval medical text, it would be extraordinarily valuable for understanding historical healing practices. Yet without the ability to read the accompanying text, the illustrations remain tantalizingly opaque. Modern artificial intelligence has been deployed against the cipher, with machine learning algorithms trained to recognize patterns in the character sequences. These systems have identified what appear to be word boundaries, recurring phrases that might represent names or common terms, and structural elements that suggest genuine linguistic content. However, they've failed to produce meaningful translations or identify the underlying language family. The manuscript continues to attract serious scholarly attention. Yale University's Beinecke Library, where it currently resides, regularly receives research proposals from linguists, historians, and computer scientists, convinced they've found new approaches to decipherment. Each year brings fresh theories and renewed attempts, yet the core mystery remains intact. What strikes researchers most profoundly is the manuscript's internal consistency. Whoever created it maintained their unknown writing system across hundreds of pages without apparent errors or lapses into recognizable scripts. The illustrations, while bizarre, follow consistent artistic conventions throughout. This suggests either authentic documentation of genuine knowledge or forgery of breathtaking sophistication and purpose. The Voynich manuscript stands as a reminder that human communication contains depths we've yet to fathom. Somewhere in those flowing, alien characters lies a message someone considered important enough to preserve through centuries of political upheaval, religious transformation, and social change. Whether that message concerns lost botanical knowledge, encrypted alchemical secrets, or something else entirely, it waits in silence, challenging every assumption about what we think we know about the written word. Nazca Lines. In 1927, Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Mejia Gespe was hiking through the foothills near the city of Nazca when he noticed something that shouldn't have been there. Carved into the desert floor were lines, not natural formations, not random scratches left by wind and weather, but deliberate, purposeful marks stretching across the landscape in perfect geometric precision. What he couldn't have known, walking among them on foot, was that he had stumbled upon one of the most perplexing puzzles ever left by an ancient civilization. The Nazca Lines cover nearly 200 square miles of southern Peru's coastal desert, a region so dry that some areas haven't seen rainfall in recorded history. This arid wasteland preserves everything with supernatural clarity. Footprints left by early Spanish explorers remain visible after 500 years. Yet carved into this natural time capsule are over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and 70 elaborate drawings of animals, plants, and humanoid forms, some stretching over 1,200 feet in length. Here's what confounds researchers most: these designs only reveal their true nature when viewed from hundreds of feet in the air. Walking among them, as Mejia Gespe did, you see nothing but scattered rocks and shallow furrows. The spider, with its intricate web of perfectly proportioned legs, spans 150 feet. The hummingbird measures 300 feet from beak to tail. The monkey, coiled in an eternal spiral, covers nearly 400 square feet of desert floor. Each figure demonstrates a mastery of large-scale design that requires aerial perspective to appreciate a perspective the Nazca people supposedly never possessed. The Nazca civilization flourished between 100 and 700 CE, centuries before the Europeans arrived with their concepts of flight. These were a people who created stunning textiles, elaborate pottery, and sophisticated irrigation systems that still function today. They were master engineers, yes, but according to conventional archaeology, they never developed writing, metallurgy beyond basic tools, or any technology that would allow them to view their greatest artistic achievement from above. Swiss author Erich von Däniken proposed the most controversial explanation in his 1968 book, Chariots of the Gods. The lines, he argued, were landing strips for ancient astronauts, extraterrestrial visitors who used the Nazca Plains as a spaceport. The theory gained worldwide attention, particularly after he pointed to the figure known as the astronaut, a humanoid shape with what appears to be a helmet and large round eyes, arms raised as if in greeting or supplication to the sky. Mainstream archaeology dismissed von Däniken's ideas almost immediately, but struggled to provide equally compelling alternatives. Dr. Paul Kosuk, who conducted the first systematic study of the lines in the 1940s, initially called them the largest astronomy book in the world. He theorized that the lines pointed toward significant celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, the rising and setting of crucial constellations. His student, German mathematician Maria Rieke, spent 5 decades of her life testing this astronomical hypothesis. She lived in a small house near the lines, walking among them daily, mapping their directions with obsessive precision. Using surveying equipment and mathematical calculations, she documented how certain lines aligned with the sun during winter solstice, others with the Pleiades constellation, still others with various stars significant to agricultural cultures. Yet when computer analysis became available in the 1970s, astronomers found statistical problems with the celestial alignment theory. While some lines do point toward astronomical phenomena, the percentage isn't significantly higher than random chance would produce. If you draw enough lines in enough directions across a desert, some will inevitably align with something in the sky. More recent theories focus on water, the most precious resource in this impossibly dry landscape. David Johnson, a researcher from the University of Massachusetts, discovered that many lines point directly toward underground water sources and mountain areas where rivers emerge during rare rainfall events. The Nazca people developed some of the most sophisticated irrigation systems in pre-Columbian America, creating underground aqueducts called puquios that still supply water to modern towns. Perhaps the lines served as massive maps, visible to gods or ancestors who might bring the life-giving rains. But this practical explanation fails to address the animal figures. the spider, hummingbird, monkey, and dozens of others that require no practical function beyond their stunning beauty. These geoglyphs demonstrate knowledge that seems impossible for their time. The spider, for instance, is drawn with anatomical accuracy that wasn't achieved by European naturalists until they had access to microscopes. How did the Nazca artists know the precise proportions of a spider's reproductive organs, details invisible to the naked eye? Dr. Anthony Aveni from Colgate University has spent decades studying the lines through the lens of Nazca culture rather than external theories. His research suggests the lines served multiple purposes simultaneously: astronomical calendar, sacred pathways for religious processions, offerings to mountain spirits who controlled water, and artistic expressions of a sophisticated society's relationship with their environment. Archaeological evidence supports ritual use. The lines contain pottery shards, seashells, and textiles left by ancient pilgrims who walked these pathways during religious ceremonies. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that many lines connect important Nazca settlements, forming a network of sacred roads across the desert. Yet questions persist that no theory adequately answers. How did a civilization without written language coordinate projects requiring mathematical precision across hundreds of square miles? How did they maintain perfectly straight lines over distances where the curvature of the Earth becomes a factor? How did they create figures that can only be appreciated from an aerial viewpoint they couldn't access? The preservation of the lines themselves borders on miraculous. The desert's stable climate, minimal rainfall, and lack of strong winds have protected these delicate markings for over a millennium. But modern threats, illegal mining, expanding agriculture, and even tourism have damaged sections that survived centuries intact. Standing among the Nazca Lines today, you feel the weight of an ancient mystery that refuses simple explanation. Whether created as offerings to sky gods, practical maps for finding water, astronomical calculators, or something we haven't yet imagined, they represent human ambition on a scale that still inspires wonder. The Nazca people transformed an entire landscape into their canvas, creating art designed not for human eyes, but for something greater: gods, ancestors, or perhaps visitors from impossibly distant worlds who might someday return to appreciate their monumental gift etched into the patient desert floor. Gobekli Tepe. When Klaus Schmidt first walked across that windswept hilltop in southeastern Turkey in 1994, he expected to find the remains of a medieval cemetery. Instead, beneath centuries of accumulated earth, his team uncovered something that would force archaeologists to rewrite the story of human civilization. Gobekli Tepe, the Potbelly Hill, emerged as the world's oldest known temple complex, predating Stonehenge by roughly 6,000 years and the pyramids of Giza by 7,000. What makes this discovery so unsettling isn't just its age, it's what this age implies about everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. The site consists of massive stone circles, each dominated by T-shaped limestone pillars that tower up to 18 feet high and weigh as much as 16 tons. These aren't crude monuments hastily assembled by primitive peoples. The craftsmanship is extraordinary: smooth surfaces, precise angles, and intricate relief carvings depicting scorpions, snakes, wild boar, foxes, and birds of prey. Some pillars feature human-like arms carved along their sides, hands positioned across what might be a belly or chest, as if these monoliths represent stylized human figures frozen in stone. But here's where conventional archaeology encounters its first major problem. According to established timelines, the people who built Gobekli Tepe should have been hunter-gatherers, nomadic tribes focused on basic survival. They weren't supposed to possess the organizational skills, technological knowledge, or social structures necessary to quarry, transport, and erect monuments of this scale and sophistication. The site's construction required coordinating hundreds of workers, developing specialized tools, and maintaining a sustained effort across generations. Carbon dating of organic material found at the site confirms its antiquity. Construction began around 9600 BCE during the pre-pottery Neolithic period. This was supposedly before the agricultural revolution, before permanent settlements, before humanity had learned to work metal or even craft pottery. Yet the evidence carved in stone suggests otherwise. Dr. Lee Clare, an archaeologist at the German Archaeological Institute, has spent years studying the site's implications. His research reveals something even more puzzling than the monuments themselves. Gobekli Tepe appears to have been deliberately buried around 8000 BCE. Someone carefully filled the entire complex with tons of soil and debris, preserving it like a time capsule. This wasn't gradual abandonment or natural erosion. It was an intentional act of concealment that took enormous effort to accomplish. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified at least 20 additional stone circles buried beneath the surface. Only 4 have been excavated so far, meaning we've glimpsed less than 5% of what lies hidden beneath that Turkish hillside. Each newly exposed circle reveals increasingly sophisticated architecture and artwork, suggesting the site's builders grew more skilled over time rather than less. The animal carvings themselves present another layer of mystery. Many depict species that shouldn't have existed in that region during the proposed construction period. Climate data indicates the area was much warmer and more forested 11,000 years ago. Yet some carved creatures appear to be Arctic or steppe animals. Either the carvings represent spiritual or mythological beings rather than local fauna, or they document environmental conditions that don't align with our understanding of post-glacial climate patterns. What challenges conventional thinking even further is the evidence of sophisticated astronomical knowledge embedded in the site's design. Preliminary studies suggest certain pillars align with star patterns as they appeared in 10,000 BCE, particularly the constellation Cygnus. If confirmed, this would indicate the builders possessed advanced observational skills and mathematical concepts that weren't supposed to emerge for several more millennia. The logistics of construction remain equally baffling. The limestone blocks were quarried from bedrock up to a quarter-mile away, yet archaeologists have found no evidence of the ramps, rollers, or sledges typically associated with moving massive stones. Tool marks on the pillars indicate they were shaped with implements harder than copper, yet this predates the Bronze Age by thousands of years. Some researchers have proposed that unknown techniques or technologies were employed, while others suggest our dating methods or historical timelines contain fundamental errors. Perhaps most intriguingly, Gobekli Tepe's construction appears to coincide with a period of rapid human development that archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution. Within a few centuries of the temple's completion, agricultural practices spread throughout the region, permanent settlements emerged, and complex social hierarchies developed. The site sits at the northern edge of the Fertile Crescent, where wheat and barley were first domesticated. Some researchers propose that organizing the workforce needed to build Gobekli Tepe actually drove the development of agriculture, as feeding large groups of laborers would have required more reliable food production than hunting and gathering could provide. This theory turns the traditional narrative on its head. Instead of agriculture enabling monumental architecture may have necessitated agriculture. Religion and ritual, rather than practical need, might have been the primary drivers of human social evolution. Recent excavations have uncovered additional anomalies that deepen the mystery. Skull fragments showing evidence of intentional modification have been found throughout the complex, along with stone vessels carved from single blocks of limestone. Some chambers contain what appear to be acoustic features, precisely shaped alcoves and channels that would have amplified or modified sound in specific ways. The entire site may have been designed as a massive instrument for producing particular acoustic effects during ceremonies. Chemical analysis of soil samples has revealed traces of fermented beverages, suggesting large-scale brewing operations. If accurate, this would represent some of the earliest evidence of alcohol production in human history, adding another technological achievement to the site's growing list of firsts. The mystery deepens when we consider Gobekli Tepe's relationship to other ancient sites across the globe. Similar T-shaped pillars and circular arrangements appear at locations throughout Turkey and the Levant, suggesting a shared cultural or religious tradition that spanned hundreds of miles. Yet mainstream archaeology maintains these regions were populated by isolated hunter-gatherer bands with minimal long-distance contact. Today, as excavations continue under international oversight, each new discovery raises more questions than it answers. Gobekli Tepe stands as a monument not just to unknown ancient peoples, but to the limits of our understanding about humanity's distant past. The Taos Hum. In the high desert of northern New Mexico, approximately 2% of Taos residents live with a sound that doesn't technically exist. They describe it as a persistent low-frequency hum, like a diesel engine idling in the distance, or the electrical thrum of power lines on a humid night. The sound follows them indoors. It penetrates walls, crosses valleys, and defies every conventional explanation acoustics can offer. What makes this particularly unsettling isn't just the sound itself, it's the selectivity. Walk down any street in Taos, knock on any door, and ask about the hum. Most residents will look at you blankly. They hear nothing unusual, never have, but find one of the hearers and they'll describe the same phenomenon with startling consistency. An omnipresent low drone that disrupts sleep, causes headaches, and occasionally drives people to consider leaving town entirely. The complaints began surfacing in the early 1990s, though some longtime residents insist they'd been hearing something for decades before anyone thought to report it. Dr. Joe Mullins, a retired professor from the University of New Mexico, received a congressional request in 1993 to investigate what was becoming a genuine public health concern. Mullins assembled a team that included acoustics experts, geologists, and medical researchers. Their mission seemed straightforward enough: find the source of a noise complaint. What they discovered challenged basic assumptions about sound, perception, and the reliability of human senses. The team deployed sensitive audio equipment throughout Taos and the surrounding areas. They measured ambient noise levels, analyzed frequency spectrums, and documented everything from industrial activity to natural phenomena that might produce low-frequency sound. Their instruments detected nothing unusual. The hum, audible to a distinct subset of the population, was acoustically invisible. This wasn't simply a case of sensitive hearing. Many hearers had their auditory function tested and showed no abnormalities. Some were musicians with trained ears. Others were elderly residents whose hearing had actually diminished over time, yet they continued perceiving the hum with perfect clarity. The phenomenon cut across age groups, professional backgrounds, and length of residence in the area. The team interviewed dozens of hearers, documenting their experiences with scientific precision. Most described the sound as having a frequency between 32 and 80 Hz, well within the range of human hearing and easily detectable by standard recording equipment. Yet when residents pointed to areas where the hum seemed strongest, instruments registered nothing beyond typical ambient noise. It was as if the sound existed in a parallel acoustic reality. Some hearers reported that the hum grew stronger at night, particularly in quiet indoor spaces. Others noticed it intensified during certain weather patterns or seasons. A few claimed they could track its apparent movement across the landscape, following it like a weather front passing through the valley. These observations suggested a source with complex behavioral patterns, something that could vary in intensity and location, while remaining completely undetectable to scientific instruments. The investigation expanded beyond simple noise measurement. Geologists examined the area for underground cavities, water flow, or seismic activity that might generate infrasound, frequencies below human hearing that can sometimes be perceived as vague rumbling sensations. The Taos region sits on geologically active terrain, with fault lines and underground water systems that theoretically could produce such effects. Yet no correlation emerged between geological activity and the reported hum experiences. Electromagnetic theories entered the discussion. Some researchers wondered whether radio transmissions, power grid fluctuations, or other electrical phenomena might stimulate auditory nerves directly, bypassing the normal hearing process entirely. The area around Taos includes radio telescopes, military installations, and various communications equipment that generate electromagnetic fields across multiple frequencies. But again, no definitive connection materialized between electromagnetic activity and hum reports. Medical professionals joined the investigation, exploring whether the hearers shared neurological or physiological characteristics that might predispose them to perceiving sounds others couldn't detect. Some studies suggest certain individuals possess heightened sensitivity to low-frequency vibrations, possibly through bone conduction or inner ear anomalies. Others propose that the brain might be generating phantom sounds, auditory hallucinations triggered by unknown environmental factors. The phantom sound theory gained some support when researchers noted similarities between hum descriptions and tinnitus experiences. But tinnitus typically manifests as high-pitched ringing, not low-frequency humming. Moreover, tinnitus sufferers usually recognize their condition as internal, while hum hearers consistently describe an external source they feel should be identifiable and fixable. Years passed. The original research team published their findings, acknowledging they had documented a genuine phenomenon without determining its cause. Word spread through acoustic research communities, attracting other scientists who arrived with fresh theories and updated equipment. Each investigation yielded similar results: consistent testimony from affected residents, measurable impacts on their daily lives, and complete absence of detectable sound sources. The story might have remained a purely local mystery, but reports began emerging from other locations. Windsor, Ontario experienced a similar phenomenon, with residents complaining of a persistent low-frequency hum that authorities couldn't locate. Bristol, England documented comparable reports. Small communities across multiple continents started recognizing their own versions of the mystery sound. These scattered reports shared remarkable consistency. Always a small percentage of the population affected. Always descriptions of low-frequency humming or droning. Always the inability of instruments to detect corresponding acoustic signatures. The pattern suggested either a widespread environmental cause that mainstream science hadn't identified, or a previously unrecognized aspect of human perception that manifested similarly across different populations. Today, decades after the initial investigations, Taos residents still experience the human. Some have learned to live with it, developing coping strategies and support networks. Others have relocated, finding relief only by leaving the area entirely. The sound, or the perception of sound, continues defying explanation. Scientists have proposed dozens of theories, from underground geological processes to mass psychological phenomena, from secret military testing to collective neurological sensitivity. Each explanation accounts for some aspects of the mystery, while failing to address others. The Hum remains, patient and persistent, challenging our understanding of sound, perception, and the spaces where science meets human experience. In Taos, 2% of the population still hear something the other 98% cannot, something that exists beyond the reach of our instruments, yet profoundly real to those who experience it daily. Unfinished Obelisk of Aswan. When modern engineers study the unfinished obelisk of Aswan, they encounter calculations that seem impossible. This single stone monument, if completed, would have weighed over 1,300 tons and stood 140 feet tall. The precision required to extract such a mass from living granite exceeds what our textbooks tell us ancient civilizations could achieve. Yet there it lies, 3/4 carved from the bedrock, abandoned mid-creation in the quarries of southern Egypt. The obelisk rests exactly where ancient workers left it, their tools scattered in the surrounding stone dust, their chisel marks still sharp after millennia. What we're looking at isn't just an incomplete monument. We're staring at a frozen moment in time, a masterclass in engineering that was halted for reasons no historian can definitively explain. Dr. Mark Lehner spent decades studying the quarrying techniques at Aswan. His analysis reveals something extraordinary about the workers who began this obelisk. They possessed an understanding of granite's internal structure that modern quarrymen struggle to match. The stone bears evidence of incredibly precise planning, with the ancient craftsmen following natural fracture lines with surgical accuracy. The granite itself presents the first mystery. This isn't sedimentary limestone like the pyramids. Granite ranks among the hardest stones on Earth, composed of quartz, feldspar, and mica crystals that resist conventional cutting methods. Modern quarries rely on diamond-tipped tools, explosive charges, and hydraulic equipment to work granite effectively. The ancient Egyptians had copper chisels and wooden wedges. Archaeological evidence around the obelisk suggests the workers employed a technique involving controlled water expansion. They carved narrow channels along predetermined lines, inserted wooden wedges, then soaked the wood until it swelled with enough force to crack the granite. This process required intimate knowledge of the stone's internal tensions and grain patterns. But the mathematics of the operation raises deeper questions. Moving a 1,300-ton obelisk from quarry to final destination would require engineering solutions we're still struggling to understand. The ancient Egyptians planned to transport this monument 700 miles north to a temple complex, presumably by river barge. The logistics alone represent a feat that challenges our assumptions about Bronze Age capabilities. Extraction marks around the obelisk reveal something unsettling about the precision involved. The workers carved trenches exactly wide enough for human bodies, suggesting teams of craftsmen worked in coordinated shifts, each person responsible for specific sections of stone removal. The uniformity of their progress indicates a level of project management and quality control that rivals modern construction standards. Chemical analysis of the granite dust provides additional clues about their methods. Microscopic examination reveals traces of organic compounds consistent with plant-based lubricants, possibly used to reduce friction during the carving process. More intriguingly, the dust contains metallic particles that don't match the composition of known Egyptian copper tools from that period. The question of why the project was abandoned becomes more complex when we examine the nature of the crack that supposedly halted work. Traditional explanations suggest the workers discovered a fatal flaw in the granite that would have weakened the finished obelisk. But recent geological surveys indicate the crack extends deeper into the bedrock than initially documented, following a pattern that seems almost engineered rather than naturally occurring. Temperature measurements within the quarry reveal another anomaly. The granite surrounding the unfinished obelisk maintains a consistently lower temperature than surrounding stone formations, even during peak summer months. Ground-penetrating radar has detected what appears to be a network of channels beneath the obelisk, though their purpose remains unclear. The timeline of the obelisk's creation presents its own mysteries. Conventional dating places the work during the reign of Hatshepsut, around 1500 BCE, but tool marks on different sections of the monument show varying stages of weathering, suggesting the project may have spanned multiple generations, or alternatively, that work resumed and stopped repeatedly over extended periods. Recent photogrammetric analysis has revealed something even more puzzling about the obelisk's dimensions. The ancient workers weren't simply carving a massive stone pillar. They were creating a precisely calculated geometric form, with angles and proportions that correspond to mathematical constants we associate with much later periods of human knowledge. The quarry itself holds additional secrets. Satellite imagery shows the Aswan granite formations align with astronomical phenomena, particularly the winter solstice sunrise. The unfinished obelisk occupies a position where its completed form would have cast specific shadows at predetermined times, suggesting the monument was designed as part of a larger celestial observation system. Local geological surveys have identified similar abandoned projects throughout the Aswan region, most never documented by mainstream archaeology. These secondary sites show evidence of the same advanced quarrying techniques, the same mysterious uniformity of craftsmanship, and the same abrupt abandonment that characterizes the famous unfinished obelisk. Perhaps most intriguingly, the quarry workers left behind evidence of organizational systems that seem far ahead of their time. Stone tablets discovered in nearby workers' villages contain numerical notations that correspond to modern project management concepts, resource allocation, timeline projections, and quality control checkpoints. The granite dust patterns around the obelisk form geometric arrangements that appear intentional rather than random. Some researchers suggest these patterns represent a form of ancient technical drawing, a way for workers to visualize the completed monument and coordinate their efforts accordingly. When we step back from individual mysteries and consider the unfinished obelisk as a complete phenomenon, we're confronted with evidence of capabilities that don't fit comfortably within our understanding of ancient civilizations. The mathematical precision, the advanced materials knowledge, the sophisticated project management, and the astronomical alignments suggest a level of technical sophistication that challenges conventional historical narratives. The obelisk waits in its quarry, 3/4 freed from the bedrock, its surface scarred by chisel marks that remain as sharp as the day they were made. Each mark represents a deliberate action by someone who understood granite, mathematics, and engineering at levels we're still working to comprehend. Their reasons for walking away from 1,300 tons of nearly completed monument remain locked in stone, waiting for us to develop questions sophisticated enough to unlock the answers they left behind. Rongorongo Writing. When linguists first encountered the wooden tablets scattered across Easter Island in the 1860s, they realized they were looking at something unprecedented, a complete writing system from one of the world's most isolated places. The symbols carved into these weathered pieces of wood represented the only indigenous script ever developed in Polynesia, a discovery that should have unlocked the secrets of the Rapa Nui civilization. Instead, it became one of archaeology's most persistent puzzles. Rongorongo, meaning to recite in the Rapa Nui language, consists of over 600 distinct symbols meticulously carved into 26 surviving wooden tablets and artifacts. Each glyph resembles a tiny, intricate pictograph, human figures in various poses, birds with outstretched wings, geometric patterns, and abstract shapes that seem to dance across the wood grain. The symbols flow in a unique pattern called reverse boustrophedon. Imagine reading left to right on the first line, then flipping the text upside down and reading right to left on the second line, alternating this pattern throughout. The precision of these carvings suggests a sophisticated writing tradition. Microscopic analysis reveals that scribes used shark teeth and obsidian blades to create uniform symbol heights and consistent spacing. The wood itself tells its own story. Most tablets were carved from pieces of driftwood or repurposed European objects, indicating the script was still in use when European contact began in the 1720s. Brother Eugène Hérode, a French missionary, provided the first written description of Rongorongo in 1864. He noted that every house contained wooden tablets covered in hieroglyphic characters, and that the islanders would gather to recite from these texts during ceremonies. The symbols, he observed, seemed to hold deep cultural significance. When he returned just 2 years later, most of the tablets had vanished, burned as fuel, destroyed by converts to Christianity, or simply lost to time. The tragedy of Rongorongo extends beyond its near extinction. By 1870, slave raids had reduced Easter Island's population from roughly 4,000 to just 111 people. Among the dead and enslaved were likely all the individuals who could read the ancient script. When researchers finally arrived to study the remaining tablets systematically, they found themselves looking at a complete writing system with no living speakers to guide them. 26 objects survive today, scattered across museums worldwide. The largest, known as Tablet C, or the Mamari tablet, contains over 1,000 individual symbols arranged in 14 lines. Santiago staff, a ceremonial object measuring 4 feet long, displays 2,320 glyphs in intricate spiral patterns. Each artifact seems to represent hours of careful work, suggesting these weren't casual records but important cultural documents. Multiple decipherment attempts have produced intriguing theories, but no definitive breakthrough. Some researchers propose Rongorongo represents a purely pictographic system, where each symbol conveys meaning directly. Others argue for a more complex structure incorporating phonetic elements. German ethnologist Thomas Barthel spent decades cataloging every known symbol, creating the standard classification system still used today. His work revealed recurring patterns and possible grammatical structures, but the meaning remained elusive. Computer analysis has identified interesting statistical properties within Rongorongo texts. Symbol frequency distribution follows patterns consistent with natural language, suggesting the script represents actual linguistic content rather than decorative art. Certain symbols appear preferentially at line beginnings or endings, implying grammatical functions. Sequential analysis reveals symbols that commonly appear together, possibly representing compound concepts or phonetic sequences. Marine biologist turned epigrapher Stephen Fisher claimed a partial decipherment in 1995, arguing that Rongorongo tablets contained genealogical chants about the island's creation. His interpretation suggested each line began with the phrase, "all birds copulated," and there resulted, followed by lists of plants, animals, and natural phenomena. While initially promising, other scholars found Fisher's methodology flawed and his translations unconvincing. More recent approaches have focused on identifying astronomical references within the symbols. The Mamari tablet appears to contain lunar calendar elements, with certain symbols possibly representing different moon phases. Some glyphs bear striking resemblances to constellation patterns visible from Easter Island's latitude. This astronomical connection makes cultural sense. Polynesian navigators relied heavily on celestial observation, and such knowledge would merit preservation in permanent records. The mystery deepens when considering Rongorongo's origins. Easter Island was settled around 1200 CE by Polynesian voyagers, yet no other Pacific island culture developed a writing system. Some scholars suggest the script emerged independently in response to the island's isolation, while others propose it derived from contact with literate cultures. Spanish visitors in 1770 noted that islanders signed a treaty document with symbols that might have been Rongorongo characters, suggesting the writing system was active and understood at that time. Archaeological evidence provides tantalizing hints about Rongorongo's function. The tablets were reportedly stored in special cave locations and brought out during important ceremonies. Oral traditions describe trained specialists called Tangata Rongorongo, who memorized vast quantities of text and could recite for hours during ritual gatherings. This suggests Rongorongo served as a memory aid for complex oral traditions rather than a complete writing system for everyday communication. The wood itself offers clues about the script's timeline. Radiocarbon dating of certain tablets produces dates ranging from the 1600s to the early 1800s, confirming that Rongorongo was being created right up until European contact intensified. Some tablets show evidence of being carved in multiple sessions, with different tools and possibly different hands adding symbols over time. Modern Easter Island inhabitants maintain complex relationships with Rongorongo's legacy. While the script itself remains unreadable, its symbols have become powerful cultural icons representing connection to ancestral knowledge. Local schools teach about Rongorongo's historical importance, and artists incorporate its motifs into contemporary works, keeping the visual tradition alive even as its meaning remains hidden. Each failed decipherment attempt adds another layer to Rongorongo's enigma. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were unlocked through the Rosetta Stone's parallel texts, Rongorongo exists in isolation. No bilingual inscriptions have been discovered. No European accounts describe translations being performed. The script stands alone, a complete symbolic system that continues to guard its secrets more than a century and a half after its last reader disappeared. The wooden tablets rest in climate-controlled museum cases around the world, their carved symbols still crisp and readable to eyes that knew how to interpret them. They represent one of humanity's most recent encounters with a completely unknown form of human expression, a reminder that even in our interconnected age, mysteries persist in the most unexpected places. The Bloop. In the summer of 1997, hydrophones scattered across thousands of miles of Pacific Ocean all detected the same thing at precisely the same moment. The sound lasted less than a minute, but its implications have echoed through scientific circles for decades. Whatever generated this noise possessed acoustic power that dwarfs anything we've cataloged in Earth's waters. The sound originated from coordinates deep in the South Pacific, roughly 1,500 nautical miles west of Chile's coastline. NOAA's autonomous hydrophone arrays, originally designed to monitor Soviet submarine activity during the Cold War, captured an ultra-low frequency signature unlike anything in their extensive databases. The waveform displayed characteristics that defied easy categorization. It began as a rapid frequency rise, peaked at levels detectable across oceanic distances, then gradually faded into the ambient noise of the deep. Scientists assigned it the clinical designation of Bloop, based on its distinctive acoustic profile. That seemingly playful name masks something far more profound. The energy required to generate a sound detectable across such vast distances suggests a source of extraordinary magnitude. For perspective, the most powerful whale calls travel roughly 500 miles under optimal conditions. This signal crossed an ocean. Dr. Christopher Fox, chief scientist with NOAA's Acoustic Monitoring Project, spent months analyzing the data. His team ran the recordings through every known biological and geological filter. Blue whales produce the loudest documented animal sounds on Earth, yet their calls registered as whispers compared to this anomaly. The frequency profile showed characteristics consistent with biological origins, but the sheer power implied something impossibly large. The coordinates themselves add another layer of mystery. The source point sits above some of Earth's most unexplored terrain. At depths exceeding 13,000 feet, this region remains largely unmapped. The crushing pressure, perpetual darkness, and extreme isolation create conditions that have preserved secrets for millions of years. What lives in these abyssal plains continues to surprise marine biologists. Giant squid, once considered mythical, proved real. Colossal squid exceeded every size estimate. Each deep-sea expedition reveals organisms that challenge our understanding of life's possibilities. Initial speculation focused on unknown marine life. The oceans conceal biodiversity that rivals tropical rainforests. Scientists estimate we've cataloged less than 5% of marine species. In these depths, evolution follows different rules. Creatures grow to impossible sizes, develop bioluminescent communication systems, and adapt to pressures that would instantly crush surface life. The acoustic properties of the bloop suggested something organic, something alive, something breathing in waters where light has never penetrated. But scale presents problems. Acoustic modeling indicates the source would need to exceed any known animal by orders of magnitude. Blue whales reach lengths of 100 feet and weights approaching 200 tons. To generate the bloop's acoustic signature, theoretical calculations suggest an organism potentially several times larger. Such a creature would require food sources that don't appear to exist at those depths. The ocean's food chain operates on principles of scarcity in the deep waters. Massive organisms need massive energy inputs, creating biological impossibilities. Alternative theories emerged from the geological community. The ocean floor experiences constant tectonic activity. Underwater landslides, volcanic events, and seafloor spreading could theoretically generate powerful acoustic signals. The Pacific Ring of Fire encompasses the bloop's coordinates, creating conditions for seismic activity. However, geological events typically produce different frequency signatures. Earthquakes generate broadband noise across multiple frequencies simultaneously. The bloop displayed the focused, sweeping characteristics more commonly associated with biological sources. Ice provides another possibility that gained scientific credibility over time. Antarctic ice sheets continuously calve massive bergs into surrounding waters. When particularly large ice formations break away and tumble into the ocean, they can generate enormous acoustic signatures. The frequency profiles match closely with the bloop's characteristics. Underwater recordings of major ice movements show similar patterns of frequency rise and gradual decay. In 2005, NOAA officially attributed the bloop to ice movement, specifically the sound of massive ice fracturing and falling into the ocean. This explanation satisfied many scientific questions about amplitude and frequency characteristics. Ice calving events can release acoustic energy comparable to the bloop's measurements. The seasonal timing aligned with Antarctic summer conditions when ice movement reaches peak activity. Yet questions persist among researchers who continue studying these recordings. The precision required for multiple hydrophones separated by vast distances to simultaneously detect a single ice event seems statistically improbable. Ice movement typically generates continuous noise rather than the discrete event captured in 1997. The acoustic propagation patterns suggest a point source rather than the distributed noise profile expected from massive ice movements. Deep-sea exploration continues revealing organisms that challenge biological assumptions. The discovery of giant tube worms around hydrothermal vents, communities of life existing without sunlight, and predators adapted to crushing pressures demonstrates how little we understand about deep ocean ecosystems. Each expedition into these depths encounters species unknown to science. Bioluminescent displays create alien landscapes in perpetual darkness. Creatures with bodies adapted to extreme pressure inhabit a world as foreign as any distant planet. The South Pacific coordinates of the bloop remain largely unexplored. Mounting deep-sea expeditions to these depths requires technology and funding beyond most research budgets. The pressure at 13,000 feet crushes conventional equipment. Specialized submersibles capable of reaching these depths exist in limited numbers worldwide. Each expedition covers territory measured in square miles, while the search area encompasses thousands of square miles of unmapped ocean floor. Modern hydrophone networks continue monitoring oceanic sounds with increased sensitivity and global coverage. Similar anomalous signals occasionally trigger scientific interest, though none have matched the bloop's unique combination of power and placement. The ocean continues generating sounds that resist easy explanation. Whale songs evolve in patterns scientists don't fully understand. Tectonic activity produces acoustic shadows that mask other signals. The constant background noise of our planet's waters conceals more than it reveals. Perhaps the bloop represents something simpler than unknown creatures or geological anomalies. Perhaps it reminds us that Earth's oceans guard secrets in depths we've barely begun to explore. Every answer raises new questions about what sounds travel through waters that cover 70% of our planet's surface, carrying messages we're only beginning to learn how to hear. Shigir Idol. When researchers first glimpsed the reassembled fragments in 1997, they realized they were looking at something that shouldn't exist. Carbon dating revealed an age of 11,600 years, making this wooden sculpture twice as old as Stonehenge and contemporary with the end of the last ice age. The Shigir Idol, standing nearly 12 feet tall when complete, had survived in the peat bogs of Russia's Ural Mountains for longer than human civilization was supposed to have sophisticated artistic expression. The idol's discovery began in 1890. During gold mining operations near Kirovgrad, workers pulling artifacts from the marshy ground initially treated their finds as curiosities, bone tools, stone weapons, fragments of worked wood. Among these relics lay pieces of something extraordinary, though decades would pass before anyone understood what they had found. Professor Vladimir Tolmachev first attempted reconstruction in 1914, assembling the larger fragments into a figure roughly 9 feet tall. The carved head dominated the structure, its face bearing geometric patterns that seemed to flow across the surface like ancient tattoos. Below stretched a flat plank-like body covered in zigzag lines, crosses, and symbols that defied interpretation. For over 80 years, this partial reconstruction stood as the accepted version of the Shigir Idol. Everything changed when Svetlana Savchenko began working with previously ignored fragments stored in the Sverdlovsk Regional Museum. Small pieces, dismissed as unimportant debris, revealed themselves as missing sections of the idol's body. Computer modeling suggested the complete sculpture had originally stood nearly 12 feet tall, making it not just ancient, but monumentally ambitious for its era. The dating results sent shockwaves through archaeological communities worldwide. Radiocarbon analysis conducted at multiple laboratories confirmed an age that placed the idol's creation during the Mesolithic period, when hunter-gatherer societies supposedly lacked the stability and resources for complex artistic projects. The peat bog's oxygen-free environment had preserved not just the wood, but intricate details of craftsmanship that revealed sophisticated tool use and artistic vision. Mikhail Zhilin, the archaeologist leading modern research on the idol, describes symbols that appear to follow organizational principles. The markings aren't random scratches or decorative flourishes. They demonstrate systematic arrangement, suggesting the possibility of symbolic communication or proto-writing that predates known written languages by thousands of years. 7 distinct human-like faces emerge from the carved surface, each surrounded by geometric patterns that might represent clothing, scarification, or spiritual significance. The wood itself tells a story of environmental conditions radically different from today's Siberian landscape. Analysis revealed the idol was carved from a 157-year-old larch tree, indicating forests of substantial age and size existed in the region during the early Holocene. The creator selected straight-grained wood and worked with tools sophisticated enough to achieve remarkably precise cuts and smooth surfaces. Microscopic examination shows evidence of multiple tool types, suggesting a developed toolkit and considerable skill in woodworking. German researchers studying the idol's construction techniques found evidence of planning and measurement that challenges assumptions about prehistoric cognitive abilities. The proportions follow consistent mathematical relationships, and the symbol placement demonstrates spatial awareness and artistic intention. The craftsperson had to envision the final product before beginning work, then execute that vision across nearly 12 feet of carved surface. The symbols themselves resist all attempts at interpretation. Unlike later petroglyphs or cave paintings that often depict recognizable animals or hunting scenes, the Shigir Idol's markings operate in pure abstraction. Straight lines intersect zigzag patterns. Geometric shapes frame areas of crosshatching. The overall effect suggests meaning without providing clear reference for understanding. Some researchers propose the markings represent a map. Others see spiritual symbols or clan totems. The truth remains locked in a symbolic system that died with its creators. Climate data from the period reveals the Ural Mountains experienced warmer conditions than today, supporting diverse ecosystems that could have sustained complex hunter-gatherer societies. Archaeological evidence from contemporaneous sites suggests these groups had extensive trade networks, sophisticated hunting strategies, and possibly seasonal gathering traditions that might have supported large-scale collaborative projects like monument construction. The idol's preservation raises questions about intentional burial versus accidental submersion. The bog environment that protected the wood for millennia might have been specifically chosen as a repository for sacred objects. Numerous other artifacts found in the same area suggest possible ritual significance, though the scattered nature of finds makes definitive conclusions difficult. Recent discoveries of similarly ancient wooden artifacts from other bog sites across northern Europe indicate the Shigir Idol wasn't unique. The Star Car site in England produced wooden platforms dating to roughly the same period, while bog finds from Denmark and Germany reveal sophisticated woodworking traditions among Mesolithic peoples previously underestimated by archaeology. Thomas Terberger, the German researcher who verified the idol's age through advanced dating techniques, emphasizes how the artifact forces reconsideration of prehistoric capabilities. The assumption that hunter-gatherer societies lacked time and resources for monumental art dissolves when confronted with 12 feet of intricately carved larch. The complexity suggests not just individual skill but cultural traditions that valued and preserved advanced knowledge. The idol's current state of preservation remains precarious. Museum display requires careful climate control to prevent further degradation, while research access must balance scientific investigation with conservation needs. Digital modeling allows detailed study without physical manipulation, but questions remain about undiscovered fragments still hidden in storage collections or lost to history. Standing before the reconstructed idol today, visitors encounter humanity's oldest surviving monumental sculpture. The carved faces gaze out across 11 millennia, their meaning as mysterious as their origin. The geometric patterns flow across the surface like frozen music, suggesting depths of meaning that may never be fully recovered. The Shigir Idol remains what it has always been since that day in 1890 when miners pulled it from Russian peat, a masterwork without context, created by people whose names and culture vanished while their monument endured, carrying questions we're still learning how to ask. Ballistic glacial boulders. Geologists discovered something impossible in Minnesota's countryside during the 1960s. Boulders the size of small buildings sitting alone in farm fields, composed of rock that doesn't exist for hundreds of miles in any direction. These weren't just misplaced stones. They were granite monoliths weighing thousands of tons, somehow transported across vast distances with a precision that defies our understanding of natural forces. Meet the erratics, glacial boulders that challenge everything we thought we knew about Ice Age mechanics. The Foley granite sits in a Minnesota pasture like a sleeping giant, its pink crystalline surface catching morning light in a way that seems almost deliberate. This particular boulder weighs an estimated 50 tons, and originated from outcroppings near St. Cloud, roughly 80 miles northwest. Local farmers have worked around it for generations, treating it as a permanent fixture in their landscape. But here's what troubles the scientific community. The boulder's journey required it to travel uphill for significant portions of its route. Traditional glacial theory suggests ice sheets push debris in predictable patterns, following topographical logic. Glaciers flow downhill, carve valleys, and deposit their cargo in moraines that reflect the physics of frozen water movement. The Foley granite's positioning violates these principles. It sits at an elevation higher than portions of its supposed path, suggesting forces beyond conventional ice flow mechanics. Dr. Margaret Heinz spent 3 decades studying erratics across the Great Lakes region before her retirement in 2019. Her field notes, obtained through university archives, reveal growing frustration with standard explanations. "We're missing something fundamental," she wrote in 1987. "These boulders aren't just randomly scattered. They follow patterns that suggest intentional placement, though I hesitate to use that word in scientific circles." The Big Rock near Okotoks, Alberta, presents an even more perplexing case. This quartzite giant measures 134 feet long, 56 feet wide, and 32 feet high. Its source lies 400 miles northwest in Jasper National Park's Athabasca Valley. The rock's journey would have required crossing multiple mountain ranges, river systems, and elevation changes that seem to defy glacial transportation logic. Carbon dating of organic materials found beneath similar erratics reveals temporal anomalies that further complicate the picture. The balancing rock in Nova Scotia shows evidence of settlement that predates the supposed glacial period when it should have arrived at its current location. Pollen samples from soil cores indicate the boulder was present during interglacial warming periods when no ice sheets existed in the region. Swedish researchers discovered similar discrepancies while studying erratics in Scandinavia. The Blå Jungfrun boulder field contains thousands of rocks transported from Norway's fjord regions. Yet stratigraphic analysis suggests their placement occurred during multiple separate events spanning millennia. Dr. Erik Lundqvist's team published findings in 2018, indicating some erratics were moved during periods when geological records show no glacial activity in the source regions. Native American oral traditions offer alternative perspectives that deserve consideration. The Ojibwe people of Minnesota speak of the firestones that fell from the sky during the time of Great Cold. Their stories describe boulders arriving through methods that don't align with glacial transportation, involving celestial events and rapid placement rather than slow ice sheet advancement. The Dighton Rock in Massachusetts bears inscriptions that predate European colonization, yet the boulder allegedly arrived via glacial transport from formations hundreds of miles away. The timing presents impossible logistics. Either the inscriptions were carved after glacial retreat, requiring knowledge of the boulder's exotic origin, or the rock was present before the Ice Age, contradicting geological timelines. Modern glaciology has identified additional problems with conventional erratic theory. Ice sheet modeling based on current climate data cannot replicate the transportation patterns observed in actual boulder fields. Computer simulations consistently fail to move large erratics across the distances and terrain changes documented in geological surveys. The ice simply isn't strong enough, or the mechanics aren't properly understood. The Laurentide ice sheet, supposedly responsible for most North American erratics, shows evidence of fragmentation and flow direction changes that make systematic boulder transport impossible. Satellite analysis of glacial scarring reveals chaotic patterns suggesting catastrophic ice sheet collapse rather than gradual retreat. This would have resulted in random boulder distribution, not the organized fields we observe. Some researchers have proposed alternative mechanisms involving subglacial flooding or volcanic activity beneath ice sheets. These theories attempt to explain rapid boulder movement through explosive displacement rather than gradual glacial transport. However, geological evidence for such catastrophic events remains limited and controversial within academic circles. The chemical composition of erratics reveals additional mysteries. Many boulders show mineral alterations that shouldn't occur during standard glacial transport. The Grandfather Boulder in Wyoming contains trace elements found only in deep ocean environments, despite its supposed terrestrial journey from Canadian shield formations. These chemical signatures suggest exposure to conditions not present during typical Ice Age scenarios. Temperature analysis of erratic positioning reveals thermal anomalies around large boulders that persist year-round. Ground-penetrating radar has identified unusual subsurface formations beneath major erratics, including void spaces and structured arrangements that seem deliberately engineered. These discoveries have been quietly documented but rarely discussed in mainstream geological literature. The distribution patterns of erratics across North America show statistical clustering that probability analysis suggests is non-random. Boulders appear to follow alignments that correspond to magnetic declination patterns and astronomical observations. While correlation doesn't imply causation, the mathematical precision of these arrangements challenges purely natural explanation. Recent discoveries of erratics in locations previously thought to be outside glacial boundaries have expanded the phenomenon's scope. Boulders in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and even North Carolina show transport signatures consistent with northern glacial sources, yet exist far beyond the accepted limits of ice sheet coverage. The mystery of ballistic glacial boulders persists because it challenges fundamental assumptions about planetary forces, climate history, and geological timescales. These massive stones serve as monuments to processes we don't fully comprehend, silent witnesses to events that conventional science struggles to explain. Their presence suggests our planet's recent history may be far more dynamic and mysterious than we've imagined, with forces capable of moving mountains operating in ways we've yet to understand. Yonaguni Monument, 24 meters below the surface of the East China Sea, Kihachiro Aratake was conducting what should have been a routine dive in 1987. The waters off Yonaguni Island rarely offered surprises beyond the expected coral and fish, but that day, his underwater camera captured something that would divide the scientific community for decades. Massive stepped terraces rose from the ocean floor, rectangular platforms connected by what appeared to be staircases, stone formations that looked deliberate, purposeful, impossible. What Aratake documented that day resembled nothing so much as a sunken city. The discovery reached Professor Masaki Kimura at the University of the Ryukyus, who spent the next several years diving these waters. Each expedition revealed more intriguing details. He mapped structures spanning nearly 500 meters in length and 25 meters in height, stone slabs arranged in geometric precision, right angles where nature typically creates curves, linear edges cutting through formations that suggested architectural planning. But here's where the story fractures into two irreconcilable camps. Kimura and his supporters see clear evidence of human construction. They point to the monument's stepped pyramid form, its resemblance to other megalithic sites across the Pacific. They highlight features that seem too regular, too purposeful for natural processes. Tool marks, they claim, are visible on certain surfaces. Channels cut through the rock appear to follow deliberate patterns. If Kimura is correct, we're looking at construction that predates the last ice age. The sea levels that would have exposed this area for building haven't existed for over 12,000 years. This timeline places potential human activity at Yonaguni before most accepted models of advanced civilization in the region. Yet leading geologists remain unconvinced. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's examined the site extensively, argues that every feature can be explained through natural geological processes. Sandstone, he notes, fractures along predictable lines. Underwater currents carve channels that can appear artificially straight. The stepping effect occurs naturally when softer rock layers erode faster than harder ones above them. The debate intensified when researchers began comparing Yonaguni to similar formations on the island itself. Above water, the same sandstone creates terraced landscapes through purely natural weathering. The rock composition is uniform throughout, showing none of the varied materials typically found in ancient construction. But Yonaguni refuses to fit neatly into either explanation. The monument's most puzzling feature might be what researchers call the turtle. This formation resembles a massive carved animal, complete with what appears to be a head, shell, and flippers. Its proportions seem too precise, too lifelike for random erosion. Yet no tool marks definitively prove human intervention. Then there's the matter of similar structures throughout the surrounding waters. At least 5 separate sites show comparable geometric arrangements. Either this represents an extensive natural phenomenon creating remarkably consistent results, or we're looking at multiple construction sites from an unknown maritime culture. Divers have discovered additional elements that complicate simple explanations. Stone circles reminiscent of ceremonial sites, triangular formations that align with astronomical events, channels that might have directed water flow or served ritual purposes. Each finding adds weight to arguments for human creation, yet none provides conclusive proof. The timeline question haunts both sides. If these are natural formations, why do similar structures appear so rarely elsewhere? If they're artificial, who possessed the capability and motivation to create them in this location before the sea claimed the site? Local Okinawan legends offer tantalizing hints. Stories speak of Mu, a lost continent beneath the waves. Ancient texts describe advanced civilizations that vanished when the waters rose. These oral histories, dismissed by mainstream archaeology for decades, suddenly seem worth reconsidering in light of Yonaguni's discoveries. Recent sonar mapping has revealed additional anomalies on the seafloor, circular structures that could be ruins or natural formations, linear arrangements of stone that follow patterns seen at confirmed archaeological sites. Each new finding deepens the mystery rather than resolving it. What makes this debate particularly fascinating is how it mirrors broader questions about human prehistory. Traditional archaeology places advanced building techniques much later in human development. Sites like Gobekli Tepe in Turkey have already forced reassessment of these timelines. Yonaguni could represent another data point, suggesting earlier sophistication than previously imagined. The monument's orientation adds another layer of intrigue. Its major axis aligns closely with true north, a precision that would require deliberate surveying. The probability of such alignment occurring naturally remains statistically possible but unlikely. Water samples from within the monument's channels show unusual mineral compositions. Some researchers suggest this indicates artificial construction materials or deliberate engineering of water flow. Others argue that natural geological processes create similar chemical signatures. Modern technology continues revealing new aspects of Yonaguni's puzzle. Three-dimensional modeling has mapped the structure's complete geometry, showing patterns invisible to traditional observation. Some formations appear to follow mathematical relationships found in other ancient architectural sites. Yet computer analysis also confirms that natural geological forces could produce similar arrangements given enough time. The implications extend beyond archaeology into oceanography and climate science. If Yonaguni contains human construction, it provides a fixed reference point for sea level changes over millennia. The site could help reconstruct Ice Age coastal environments and human adaptation to dramatic climate shifts. Perhaps most intriguingly, Yonaguni challenges our assumptions about ancient maritime capabilities. Traditional models suggest limited seafaring technology in prehistoric Japan. A constructed monument at this location would require not just advanced building skills but sophisticated navigation and ocean engineering. The monument remains accessible to divers, continuing to gather evidence for both sides of the debate. Each visit reveals new details that support conflicting interpretations. The truth may ultimately require technological advances not yet available, or perspectives not yet considered. Yonaguni represents something rare in modern science, a genuine mystery where experts examining identical evidence reach opposite conclusions. Whether natural wonder or artificial marvel, it reminds us that the ocean holds secrets we're only beginning to explore. That ancient stone waits patiently beneath the waves, keeping its secrets while the debate continues above. The Tunguska Event. On June 30th, 1908, at precisely 7:17 in the morning, something fell from the sky above the remote Tunguska River basin in Siberian Russia. The explosion that followed released energy equivalent to 185 Hiroshima bombs, flattening 80 million trees across an area the size of metropolitan London. Yet after more than a century of investigation, scientists still cannot definitively explain what caused this catastrophic event. The first clue to the magnitude of what had occurred came not from the remote blast site, but from seismic stations thousands of miles away. Instruments in Irkutsk, nearly 900 kilometers south, registered tremors equivalent to a magnitude 5.0 earthquake. In England, barometric readings detected atmospheric pressure waves that had circled the globe twice. Something extraordinary had happened in one of Earth's most isolated regions, but it would be nearly 2 decades before anyone could reach the site to investigate. Local Evenk people living in the area told stories that would haunt researchers for generations. They described a bluish light streaking across the morning sky, brighter than the sun, followed by a thunderous roar and a shockwave that knocked people off their feet from hundreds of kilometers away. Livestock died mysteriously. Trees were scorched and toppled in a radial pattern extending to the horizon. The very air seemed to burn. The remoteness of the Tunguska region meant that serious scientific investigation would have to wait. When Russian mineralogist Leonid Kulik finally organized the first expedition in 1927, he expected to find a massive crater and fragments of a meteorite that could be sold to fund further research. Instead, he discovered something far more puzzling. The destruction was unlike anything previously documented. Trees lay flattened in a butterfly-shaped pattern extending outward from ground zero, their branches stripped away, trunks aligned like fallen dominoes. Yet at the very center of this devastation, a cluster of trees remained standing, charred but upright, their tops blown away. This epicenter pattern suggested an airburst rather than ground impact, but the scale defied explanation. Most perplexing of all, Kulik found no crater, no meteorite fragments, no definitive physical evidence of what had caused the explosion. The Podkamenia Tunguska River continued flowing peacefully through a landscape that looked as though it had been carpet-bombed from above. Over the following decades, more than 30 expeditions would venture into this remote wilderness, each adding pieces to a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex with every discovery. Soil samples revealed microscopic spherules of metal and rock, suggesting an extraterrestrial origin. Tree ring analysis showed that surviving vegetation had experienced accelerated growth in the years following the event, possibly due to reduced competition or changes in soil composition. Genetic studies identified increased mutation rates in local plant populations that persisted for generations. The absence of radioactivity ruled out nuclear explanations, though this didn't stop some researchers from proposing antimatter annihilation or black hole encounters. Others suggested a comet composed primarily of ice and dust that would have vaporized completely upon atmospheric entry, leaving no solid remains. The airburst theory gained support from computer models showing how a rocky asteroid could explode several kilometers above ground, creating the observed destruction pattern while leaving no crater. Yet none of these explanations fully addressed all the observed evidence. Eyewitness accounts described phenomena that seemed inconsistent with conventional meteorite or comet impacts. Multiple streaks of light were reported across the sky. Some witnesses described the object changing direction during its descent. The luminous atmospheric effects persisted for days after the explosion, visible as far away as Western Europe, where residents could read newspapers by the strange twilight glow. Contemporary newspaper reports from London noted unusually bright nights in the weeks following the event. Photographs could be developed using only the ambient light from the night sky. These atmospheric phenomena suggested the injection of massive quantities of fine particles into the upper atmosphere, but the composition and source of this material remained unclear. Modern analysis has ruled out some of the more exotic theories while raising new questions. The absence of unusual isotope ratios argues against antimatter. The lack of significant electromagnetic effects makes spacecraft or nuclear explanations unlikely. Yet traditional meteorite impact models struggle to account for the complete absence of recoverable fragments from such a large object. Recent expeditions using ground-penetrating radar and advanced dating techniques have identified subtle changes in the local landscape that might represent the true ground zero. Small increases in soil density suggest buried fragments too small for earlier expeditions to detect. Chemical analysis reveals traces of elements common in certain types of asteroids, supporting the cosmic impact hypothesis, while highlighting how little physical evidence survived. The Tunguska Event demonstrates how even massive geological phenomena can leave surprisingly subtle traces. Unlike the asteroid impact that created the Chicxulub crater 66 million years ago, or more recent meteorite falls that left obvious craters and recoverable fragments, Tunguska challenges our assumptions about how cosmic impacts should behave. Climate scientists have used the event as a natural experiment, studying how the atmospheric injection of particles from the explosion may have temporarily affected global temperatures. The flattened forest created a unique ecological laboratory for studying wilderness recovery and succession patterns in the absence of human interference. Perhaps most intriguingly, indigenous oral histories from the region contain references to similar skyfire events in the distant past, suggesting that Tunguska-type incidents may be more common in Earth's history than previously assumed. Archaeological surveys have identified other locations in Siberia with similar treefall patterns and soil anomalies, though none as dramatic or well documented as the 1908 event. The scientific legacy of Tunguska extends beyond the mystery of its cause. The event sparked development of new techniques for detecting and tracking near-Earth objects, contributing to modern planetary defense initiatives. It demonstrated the importance of preserving remote wilderness areas as natural laboratories for studying rare phenomena. Today, automated monitoring stations throughout the region continue collecting data on atmospheric conditions, seismic activity, and electromagnetic phenomena. The Tunguska site has become a testing ground for theories about how Earth's atmosphere and surface respond to cosmic impacts, informing models used to assess the risks posed by future asteroid encounters. More than a century after that bright Siberian morning, the Tunguska event remains a reminder of how much we still don't understand about our planet's interaction with the cosmos. Sailing stones of Death Valley. For decades, park rangers at Death Valley noticed something that shouldn't exist. Massive boulders, some weighing hundreds of pounds, had somehow traveled across the desert floor in perfectly straight lines, leaving deep grooves carved into the hardpan like signatures of an impossible journey. The stones themselves sat motionless at the end of these tracks, as if they'd simply decided to stop moving. Some trails stretched for hundreds of yards, others zigzagged in patterns that defied explanation. A few rocks had apparently changed direction mid-journey, creating L-shaped scars in the earth that suggested deliberate navigation. What made this phenomenon particularly unsettling was the complete absence of any mechanism that could move such enormous objects. Death Valley's racetrack playa is one of the flattest places on Earth, a dried lakebed stretching across 3 miles of absolute desolation. No earthquakes shake this ground with enough force to relocate boulders. No floods sweep through this desert. No machinery operates in this remote wilderness. Yet the evidence remained undeniable. These stones had moved, and they'd moved in ways that seemed to follow their own mysterious logic. The first scientific expedition to document the sailing stones arrived in 1948. Geologists Jim McAllister and Alan Agnew mapped 42 separate rock trails, photographed the formations, and began what would become a 70-year quest to solve one of geology's most persistent puzzles. Their initial surveys revealed tracks that appeared decades old, grooves worn smooth by wind and time, alongside fresh scars that could have been carved the night before. What struck these early researchers most profoundly was the precision of movement. These weren't random scratches or chaotic gouges. The tracks showed purposeful direction, consistent depth, and in some cases, multiple rocks had moved in parallel formation, maintaining perfect spacing, like a convoy navigating invisible roads. Dr. Robert Sharp began monitoring the phenomenon in the 1970s, establishing what would become the longest continuous study of the sailing stones. He and his team marked individual boulders, measured their positions, and returned season after season to document any changes. For 7 years, nothing moved. The rocks sat exactly where they'd been placed, stubborn and immobile despite Death Valley's notorious windstorms and temperature fluctuations. Then, without warning, the stones began traveling again. Sharp's team returned to find that several marked boulders had relocated themselves overnight, carving fresh trails across the playa, while leaving no evidence of the force responsible for their movement. Some had traveled over 100 feet, others had rotated in place, creating circular furrows around their new positions. Most mysteriously, rocks located mere yards apart had sometimes moved in completely different directions, suggesting whatever phenomenon was responsible could be remarkably localized. The scientific community proposed numerous theories, each more elaborate than the last. Underground seismic activity could theoretically shift surface rocks, but Death Valley's geological monitoring stations detected no corresponding tremors. Magnetic anomalies might influence rocks with high iron content, but many of the sailing stones contained no magnetic minerals whatsoever. The most popular hypothesis involved ice rafts forming on rare occasions when Death Valley's ancient lakebed briefly held water. Thin sheets of ice might theoretically lift and transport rocks as morning sun caused rapid expansion. Yet this theory struggled to explain how relatively lightweight rocks remained stationary while massive boulders traveled significant distances, or why movement occurred during documented dry periods. Flash flood scenarios faced similar logical obstacles. While sudden water flow could potentially move rocks, the track patterns showed gradual, consistent pressure rather than the chaotic scarring expected from rushing water. Additionally, many trails led uphill, defying gravitational expectations of flood-based displacement. Wind remained the most persistent suspect, despite mathematical models proving that even Death Valley's most extreme gusts lacked sufficient force to budge boulders weighing several hundred pounds. Researchers calculated that moving some of the larger sailing stones would require wind speeds exceeding anything ever recorded in the Mojave Desert. Dr. Brian Jackson approached the mystery from a different angle in the early 2000s, using GPS tracking devices and motion sensors to monitor selected rocks in real time. His equipment detected micro-movements, tiny shifts measured in millimeters, suggesting the sailing stones were never completely stationary. This data revealed a pattern of incremental motion, small adjustments accumulating over time to create the dramatic trails that mystified observers. But Jackson's measurements only deepened the puzzle. The micro-movements showed no correlation with wind patterns, seismic activity, or temperature changes. The rocks appeared to be responding to forces his instruments couldn't detect. The breakthrough finally came in 2014, when researchers Richard and James Norris witnessed the sailing stones in action for the first time in recorded scientific history. Their observation revealed a phenomenon so subtle and specific that it had eluded detection for nearly a century. On rare winter mornings when conditions aligned precisely, thin sheets of ice formed across the playa's shallow puddles. As sunrise warmed these ice sheets, they broke into massive floating panels several millimeters thick but covering acres of surface area. Gentle winds, barely perceptible to human observers, pushed these ice plates across the water's surface with enough combined force to nudge rocks in their path. The ice sheets acted as nearly invisible bulldozers, accumulating pressure against stationary objects and gradually overcoming static friction through sustained, gentle force. Once rocks began moving, momentum carried them forward even as ice sheets broke apart or melted completely, leaving no trace of the mechanism responsible for initial displacement. This discovery explained the sailing stone's most puzzling characteristics. The gradual, consistent pressure created straight-line tracks. Ice sheet breakup patterns accounted for sudden direction changes. The phenomenon's rarity explained why movement occurred only sporadically, during specific combinations of rainfall, temperature, and wind conditions that might align once per decade. Yet even with the ice raft mystery solved, Death Valley's sailing stones continue to pose questions that resist easy answers. Why do some rocks move while identical neighbors remain stationary? What determines the specific paths these boulders follow across seemingly uniform terrain? And perhaps most intriguingly, how many other natural phenomena await explanation in places where scientific observation remains too infrequent to catch nature's most elusive performances? The sailing stones remind us that mystery often persists, not because phenomena are supernatural, but because they operate on timescales and under conditions that rarely intersect with human witness. Acambaro Figures. In 1944, a German merchant named Waldemar Julsrud hired a local worker to help construct his home in Acambaro, Mexico. Within hours, the laborer had unearthed something extraordinary. Small ceramic figurines, unlike anything documented in Mesoamerican archaeology. Over the following decade, Julsrud would amass a collection of over 32,000 artifacts that would either revolutionize our understanding of human history or stand as one of archaeology's most elaborate deceptions. These weren't typical pre-Columbian figurines. Among the expected depictions of humans and familiar animals were creatures that shouldn't exist, detailed sculptures of what appeared to be dinosaurs, complete with anatomical features that wouldn't be scientifically described until decades later. The collection defied every established timeline. According to mainstream archaeology, humans and dinosaurs were separated by roughly 65 million years. Yet here were ceramic stegosauruses with distinctive backplates, long-necked sauropods, and bipedal theropods crafted with remarkable anatomical accuracy. The figurines showed humans riding these creatures, feeding them, even playing alongside massive reptilian forms that science insisted had vanished long before the first human walked the earth. Julsrud, fascinated by his discovery, contacted prominent archaeologist Charles Hapgood in 1955. Hapgood arrived skeptical, but left disturbed by what he'd witnessed. The figurines emerged from stratified soil layers that appeared undisturbed. Carbon dating of organic material found with the artifacts suggested ages ranging from 1500 to 4,500 years old. Most troubling for Hapgood was the sheer volume of the collection and the consistency of the artistic style across thousands of pieces. The details within individual figurines challenged easy dismissal. One sculpture depicted a human figure astride a creature bearing the exact proportions of an iguanodon, including the distinctive thumb spike that paleontologists had initially misplaced on the animal's nose in early reconstructions. The Acambaro figure correctly positioned this feature decades before science corrected its error. Another showed the accurate sail structure of a Dimetrodon, complete with the proper ratio of fin height to body length that wouldn't be precisely calculated until the 1970s. Independent investigators arrived throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Anthropologist Arthur Young organized expeditions that documented the excavation process. Young's team watched as fresh figurines emerged from soil layers bearing no signs of recent disturbance. They noted that many pieces showed evidence of age, ceramic glazing worn smooth, accumulated mineral deposits, and the kind of patina that develops over centuries. The craftsmanship itself posed questions. The ceramic composition matched known pre-Columbian techniques from the region. Thermoluminescence testing, a method that measures accumulated radiation in pottery since its last firing, consistently returned dates ranging from 800 to 4,500 years before present. Multiple laboratories confirmed these results across hundreds of samples, yet the scientific establishment remained unconvinced. The primary objection wasn't technical but conceptual. The implications were too vast. If authentic, the Acambaro figures suggested either that dinosaurs survived far longer than fossil evidence indicated, or that ancient peoples possessed knowledge of extinct species through means science couldn't explain. Critics proposed the most logical alternative: elaborate forgery. They theorized that local artisans, motivated by the payments Julsrud offered for each discovery, had crafted thousands of convincing replicas based on dinosaur imagery from children's books and movies. This explanation satisfied the archaeological mainstream and effectively closed academic discussion of the artifacts. However, the forgery theory carried its own problems. Creating 32,000 unique pieces would have required an artistic assembly line operating for years. Each figurine displayed individual characteristics. No two were identical. The supposed forgers would have needed access to detailed paleontological knowledge that surpassed contemporary understanding in several cases. They would have had to master ancient ceramic techniques, age their work convincingly, and bury thousands of pieces in precisely the right soil conditions to fool multiple dating methods. More puzzling was the economic motivation. Julsrud paid approximately 1 peso per figurine, roughly 12 cents in 1940s currency. Even accounting for local purchasing power, the payment barely exceeded a day laborer's typical wages. The time investment required to craft even crude figurines would have made conventional work more profitable for any potential forgers. Investigation revealed additional anomalies that complicated the hoax hypothesis. Among the collection were figurines depicting Ice Age mammals, ground sloths, glyptodonts, and other megafauna that had vanished from the Americas thousands of years earlier. These creatures lacked the cultural presence of dinosaurs in popular media. Local artisans would have had no reference material for such species, yet the figurines captured their distinctive characteristics with remarkable precision. The soil analysis presented another puzzle. Geologists confirmed that the artifacts emerged from undisturbed Pleistocene deposits. The layers containing the figurines showed no evidence of recent excavation or insertion. Natural settling patterns remained intact, and the ceramic pieces bore mineral incrustation consistent with prolonged burial in those specific soil conditions. Dr. Cates, Dr. Cates, Dr. Cates, Dr. Cates, Ivan Sanderson, a respected zoologist, examined the collection in 1968. His report documented over 30 distinct dinosaur species represented among the figurines, including several that wouldn't be discovered by paleontologists until the 1980s. Sanderson noted that the ceramic sculptures often displayed soft tissue details, skin textures, muscle definitions, and behavioral poses that fossil evidence couldn't provide. Today, the Acambaro figures remain in private collections and local museums, largely ignored by mainstream archaeology. The scientific consensus treats them as curiosities, either sophisticated forgeries or misidentified artifacts from known cultures. Yet questions persist among those who've examined the physical evidence firsthand. Carbon dating continues to return ancient ages. Thermoluminescence testing consistently confirms centuries of ceramic aging. Independent mineralogical analysis supports the artifact's claimed antiquity. The sheer scale of the collection, 32,000 pieces displaying consistent artistic style, yet individual uniqueness, challenges the practical feasibility of mass forgery. Whether evidence of impossible history or testament to human ingenuity and deception, the Acambaro figures represent knowledge that shouldn't exist. They force a choice between expanding our understanding of the past or accepting that some mysteries resist simple explanation, even when the answers rest quietly in ceramic form, waiting in museum cases for someone brave enough to ask the right questions. The Green Children of Woolpit. During the harvest season of 1150, in the Suffolk village of Woolpit, workers discovered 2 children at the edge of a wolf pit trap that gave the settlement its name. These weren't ordinary children who had wandered from a neighboring farm. Their skin held a distinct green tinge, as if colored by some strange malady or otherworldly origin. Neither could speak English, communicating instead in an unknown tongue that no villager recognized. The medieval chronicler, Ralph of Coggeshall, documented their arrival with the careful precision of a 12th century scholar. According to his account, the children refused all food for several days, showing signs of severe distress until they discovered beans growing in a local garden. Only then would they eat, consuming the raw legumes with desperate hunger. The boy, who appeared younger and frailer than his companion, died within months. The girl survived, gradually losing her green coloration as she adapted to local foods and learned to speak Norman French and English. William of Newburgh, another contemporary chronicler, independently recorded the same event, lending credibility to what might otherwise seem like medieval folklore. Both historians were known for their scholarly approach to documentation, making their parallel accounts particularly compelling. William noted that the girl, once she could communicate, claimed they came from a land where the sun never shone brightly, existing in perpetual twilight. She described their home as St. Martin's Land, separated from Woolpit by a great river and accessible through underground passages. Modern researchers have proposed numerous theories to explain this medieval mystery. The most conventional suggests the children suffered from hypochromic anemia, a condition that can produce a greenish skin tone due to iron deficiency. Combined with a diet consisting mainly of green vegetables, this could account for their unusual appearance. Some historians theorize they were Flemish immigrants, possibly orphaned during the violent conflicts of King Stephen's reign, speaking Old Dutch or Flemish rather than English. The green tint might have resulted from malnutrition or consuming particular plants during their journey. More speculative explanations venture into stranger territory. The underground passages described by the girl have led some to wonder about subterranean communities or unknown geographic features that existed in medieval Britain. The description of St. Martin's Land, with its perpetual twilight, doesn't match any known location from that period, yet the girl provided consistent details about her homeland throughout her life in Woolpit. Archaeological investigations in the Woolpit area have uncovered extensive networks of natural and man-made underground tunnels, some dating to Roman times or earlier. These discoveries lend some credence to the girl's descriptions of underground travel, though they don't explain the geographical impossibilities of her claimed homeland. The tunnels connect various settlements across Suffolk, suggesting complex subterranean movement was indeed possible in medieval times. The survival of 2 independent historical sources, describing identical details, strengthens the case for some genuine historical event underlying the legend. Medieval chroniclers, despite their occasional inclusion of miraculous elements, typically base their accounts on eyewitness testimony and local knowledge. Ralph of Coggeshall served as abbot of a nearby monastery and would have had access to reliable information about regional events. William of Newburgh, writing from Yorkshire, obtained his information through ecclesiastical networks known for their accuracy in recording unusual occurrences. DNA analysis of medieval remains from the Woolpit area might provide insights into population diversity during the 12th century, potentially supporting theories about foreign origins for the children. However, no remains have been definitively linked to the Green Children, leaving this avenue of investigation unexplored. The village church records from this period have also been lost, eliminating another potential source of corroborating evidence. The girl's adult life provides additional puzzle pieces. Historical records suggest she married a man from King's Lynn and lived a normal life, bearing children who showed no unusual characteristics. Her descendants, if any survived, would carry genetic information that might illuminate her origins. Yet no genealogical research has successfully traced her lineage through subsequent centuries, largely due to incomplete medieval records and the common practice of women adopting their husband's family identity. Folklore collected in the region during subsequent centuries contains variations of the Green Children story, some adding details not found in the original chronicles. These later versions sometimes describe the children as having slightly pointed ears or unusually large eyes. details that could represent cultural embellishment or preserved oral traditions containing information the original chroniclers omitted. Distinguishing between authentic preserved details and creative elaboration remains challenging for researchers studying these secondary sources. The children's initial diet restriction to beans raises intriguing questions about their previous nutrition and cultural background. Beans were associated with the dead in various European folk traditions, leading some researchers to wonder about potential ritualistic or cultural significance in the children's food choices. Their initial refusal of meat, bread, and other staples suggests either extreme unfamiliarity with common foods or specific dietary restrictions from their place of origin. Modern medical understanding of nutritional disorders provides plausible explanations for the green skin coloration, yet the combination of physical symptoms, linguistic barriers, and geographical claims creates a complex puzzle that no single theory fully addresses. The children's story intersects with broader questions about population movement, cultural contact, and information transmission in medieval Europe, making their case valuable beyond its supernatural associations. The Green Children of Woolpit represent one of the most thoroughly documented anomalous events from medieval England. Whether explained by medical conditions affecting refugee children, unknown geographical features of 12th century Britain, or something more mysterious entirely, their story illuminates the gaps in our understanding of medieval life and the possibilities that existed within a world far more complex and connected than often imagined. The careful documentation by multiple chroniclers ensures that whatever truth underlies their appearance, it was significant enough to merit preservation across nearly 9 centuries of retelling. Piri Reis Map. In 1929, a team of scholars working in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace discovered something that would puzzle cartographers for nearly a century. Tucked away in the palace archives, drawn on gazelle skin and bearing the signature of an Ottoman admiral, lay a fragment of a world map that depicted coastlines with an accuracy that shouldn't have been possible in 1513. The map bore the name Piri Reis, after the Turkish naval commander who created it. At first glance, it seemed like any other historical curiosity. Another relic of the age of exploration, perhaps useful for understanding medieval geography. But as researchers began studying the surviving fragment more closely, they realized they were looking at something far more perplexing. The western edge of the map showed the Atlantic Ocean, the coasts of Spain and North Africa, and what appeared to be the eastern shores of South America. Nothing unusual there, except for the extraordinary precision with which these distant lands were rendered. The South American coastline, in particular, matched modern satellite surveys with an accuracy that seemed to defy explanation. Piri Reis himself had left detailed notes explaining his sources. He claimed to have consulted 20 earlier maps, including charts captured from Spanish sailors and, most intriguingly, a map that had supposedly belonged to Christopher Columbus himself. But even accounting for these sources, the mathematical precision of the projection remained a mystery. Charles Hapgood, a professor at Keene State College, spent years analyzing the cartographic techniques evident in the Piri Reis map during the 1960s. His calculations suggested that whoever created the original source materials possessed sophisticated knowledge of spherical trigonometry, mathematical concepts that European cartographers were only beginning to master in the early 16th century. The projection used to translate the curved surface of the Earth onto a flat map required precise calculations of longitude and latitude, yet in 1513, accurate determination of longitude at sea remained an unsolved problem that wouldn't be conquered until the development of reliable chronometers more than 2 centuries later. What made Hapgood's analysis even more compelling was his discovery that the map seemed to show the coast of Antarctica, specifically Queen Maud Land, as it would appear without its ice sheet. Modern seismic surveys have indeed revealed rock formations beneath the Antarctic ice that match the continental outline depicted on the Piri Reis fragment. The implications sent ripples through both historical and geographical circles. If the map truly showed Antarctica's ice-free coastline, it suggested that accurate surveys of that continent existed long before its official discovery in 1820. But Antarctica has been covered by ice for millions of years. Or has it? Some researchers proposed that the map represented evidence of an ancient civilization with advanced navigational capabilities. Others suggested that small portions of Antarctica's coast might have been temporarily ice-free during medieval warming periods. though geological evidence for such conditions remains elusive. The mathematical precision extended beyond simple coastal outlines. When researchers plotted the coordinates shown on the Piri Reis Map using modern computational methods, they found that the relative positions of land masses across vast distances maintained remarkable accuracy. The map seemed to demonstrate knowledge of the Earth's circumference and the proportional relationships between continents that medieval cartographers couldn't have possessed. Dr. Arlington Mallory, a marine engineer who studied the map extensively, concluded that its creators must have conducted aerial surveys or possessed some form of advanced measuring technology. The consistent scale and the accurate depiction of geographic relationships across thousands of miles suggested systematic scientific mapping rather than the accumulative guesswork typical of early exploration charts. Yet Piri Reis had been remarkably transparent about his methodology. His marginal notes, written in Ottoman Turkish, detailed exactly which sources he had consulted and how he had compiled information from multiple charts. There was no suggestion of supernatural or advanced technological assistance, just careful scholarship and synthesis of available materials. This transparency only deepened the mystery. If Piri Reis had simply compiled existing maps, where had those earlier cartographers obtained their extraordinarily accurate data? The mathematical sophistication evident in the projection implied access to precise measurements of longitude, measurements that required chronometric accuracy, unavailable to medieval navigators. Modern cartographic analysis has confirmed that the map employs a projection centered on Alexandria, Egypt, suggesting that its original sources might have originated from scholars familiar with that ancient center of learning. Alexandria's great library had once housed the most complete collection of geographical knowledge in the ancient world, including works by mathematicians and astronomers whose calculations approached modern standards of precision. But the library's destruction during late antiquity had supposedly scattered or eliminated much of this accumulated wisdom. If the Piri Reis Map truly derived from Alexandrian sources, it might represent one of the few surviving fragments of that lost geographical tradition. The mystery deepens when considering the map's depiction of South American rivers. The fragment shows what appears to be the mouth of the Amazon, along with several tributaries, rendered with topographic accuracy that wouldn't be achieved by European explorers until decades after 1513. Some researchers have identified what might be the Orinoco River system, mapped with a precision suggesting intimate familiarity with the region's interior. Contemporary criticism of these interpretations points to the inherent subjectivity in analyzing damaged historical documents. The surviving fragment represents only about 1/3 of the original map, and centuries of deterioration have made some features ambiguous. Skeptics argue that researchers have read modern geographical knowledge back into medieval cartographic conventions, seeing accuracy where none necessarily exists. Nevertheless, multiple independent analyses have reached similar conclusions about the map's mathematical sophistication. The consistency of these findings, coupled with Piri Reis's own detailed documentation of his sources, suggests that remarkable geographical knowledge indeed existed in the early 16th century, knowledge that standard historical accounts cannot adequately explain. The Piri Reis Map remains displayed in Istanbul, a fragment of gazelle skin that continues to challenge our understanding of how much the ancient world really knew. Whatever secrets lie hidden in its carefully drawn coastlines, they remind us that the boundaries between the known and unknown past remain far more fluid than we might assume. The Marfa Lights. Since 1883, travelers crossing the desolate stretch of Highway 67 near Marfa, Texas, have pulled over to witness something that defies every attempt at rational explanation. Mysterious orbs of light dance across the Chinati Mountains, pulsing with colors that shift from white to red to blue, moving with an intelligence that seems almost deliberate. These aren't distant headlights or campfires, they're something else entirely, something that has captivated observers for nearly 140 years. Robert Reed Ellison, a young cowhand, became the first person to officially document these phenomena. Riding fence lines in the Mitchell Flat area, he spotted what he initially thought were Apache campfires flickering in the distance. But as he approached, the lights retreated, maintaining their mysterious glow while staying perpetually out of reach. When Ellison investigated the locations where he'd seen the lights, he found no evidence of recent fires, no camps, no logical source for what he'd witnessed. Word spread through the sparse ranching communities of West Texas. Other cowboys began reporting similar encounters. Lights that would appear at dusk, perform their ethereal ballet across the desert floor, then vanish without trace. The phenomenon became so well known that by the 1940s, locals had established an informal viewing area where curious visitors could gather each evening, hoping to catch sight of the unexplained illumination. What makes the Marfa Lights particularly confounding is their consistent unpredictability. They appear roughly 3 to 4 nights each week, usually beginning around sunset and continuing well into the night. Witnesses describe lights that split apart and merge back together, that chase each other across the landscape, that pulse in rhythmic patterns before suddenly accelerating away at impossible speeds. Some observers report seeing the lights rise hundreds of feet into the air before descending back toward the desert floor. Dr. Carl Steffen, an electrical engineering professor at Texas State University, spent years studying the phenomenon. His team deployed sensitive equipment throughout the viewing area, measuring electromagnetic fields, conducting spectrum analysis of the lights themselves, and documenting atmospheric conditions during appearances. What they discovered only deepened the mystery. The lights emit no detectable radio frequency signatures, show no correlation with weather patterns, and appear to generate their own illumination rather than reflecting existing light sources. The spectrum analysis proved particularly puzzling. Most natural light sources, whether flames, electrical discharges, or reflected illumination, produce predictable spectral signatures. The Marfa Lights display spectrums that shift continuously, sometimes showing characteristics of multiple light sources simultaneously. During one documented event in 2003, the same light source displayed the spectral signature of burning gas at one moment, then shifted to match the profile of an LED array, before ending with readings consistent with plasma discharge. James Bunnell, a former aerospace engineer turned Marfa Lights researcher, has documented over 200 separate events using night vision equipment and high-resolution cameras. His photographs reveal details invisible to the naked eye: geometric patterns within the light formations, synchronized movements between lights separated by miles, and what appears to be internal structure within individual orbs. One particularly striking image from 2008 shows 9 separate lights arranged in a perfect grid formation, pulsing in sequence before dissolving into random motion. The location itself adds another layer of complexity. The Chinati Mountains create a natural basin where temperature inversions are common, potentially creating conditions for unusual optical phenomena. However, meteorologists who've studied the area note that the atmospheric conditions present during Marfa Light appearances are identical to conditions on nights when no lights appear. Temperature, humidity, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure show no correlation with the phenomenon. Military explanations have been proposed and systematically eliminated. Nearby military installations conduct exercises that might account for some unusual lights, but the Marfa Lights predate most modern military presence in the region by decades. Additionally, the lights appear in areas where aircraft operations would be impossible due to terrain, and their movement patterns don't match any known conventional or experimental aircraft. The seismic explanation gained traction in the 1990s, when researchers suggested that underground fault activity might generate piezoelectric effects, essentially, rocks under stress creating electrical discharge. Dr. John DeCrolis, a geophysicist from Sul Ross State University, conducted extensive seismic monitoring during light appearances. While the area does show minor seismic activity, the timing and location of underground movement shows no relationship to light manifestations. Perhaps most intriguingly, the lights seem to respond to human presence. Multiple witnesses report that the phenomena become more active when larger groups gather to observe them. During the annual Marfa Lights Festival, attendance can reach several hundred people, and these events consistently produce the most dramatic light displays of the year. Some observers claim the lights approach closer during these gatherings, almost as if drawn by the attention of the crowds. Local rancher Clayton Williams, whose family has owned land in the area since the 1920s, describes a personal encounter that occurred in 1997. While checking cattle near sunset, he found himself surrounded by 5 distinct light sources at ground level, each roughly the size of a basketball. The lights maintained a distance of approximately 50 feet from Williams and his horse, moving when he moved, stopping when he stopped. This lasted for nearly 20 minutes before the light suddenly accelerated away, reaching the horizon in seconds. Modern technology has been both helpful and frustrating for researchers. Motion sensors trigger consistently during light appearances, but infrared cameras detect nothing. The lights are visible to the naked eye and show up clearly in photographs, yet heat-sensing equipment registers no temperature signature. GPS systems experience interference during major light events, with readings becoming inaccurate by hundreds of yards. The mystery persists not because of a lack of investigation, but because every scientific tool applied to understanding the Marfa Lights reveals new contradictions. They behave like intelligently controlled craft, yet show no signs of propulsion. They emit visible light but no heat. They've remained consistent for over a century while the world around them has transformed completely. Tonight, as every night, observers gather along Highway 67, scanning the horizon for those first flickering hints of illumination. Whatever dances across the Chinati Mountains continues to guard its secrets, offering just enough reality to prove its existence while revealing nothing about its true nature. Bimini Road. When marine archaeologist Dr. Manson Valentine descended beneath the turquoise waters off North Bimini in September 1968, he expected to find coral formations and scattered debris from centuries of shipwrecks. What he discovered instead challenged everything he thought he knew about the Caribbean's ancient past. Lying 20 feet below the surface, stretching for nearly half a mile in perfectly straight lines, was what appeared to be a massive stone roadway, each block fitted with precision that seemed far too deliberate for nature's hand. The formation consists of enormous limestone blocks, some weighing over 10 tons, arranged in two parallel lines that extend northeast from the Bahamian shallows. Unlike the chaotic scatter of natural rock formations, these stones align with mathematical precision, creating what locals had whispered about for generations: a submerged highway built by unknown hands for unknown purposes. Dr. Valentine's photographs sent shockwaves through archaeological circles. The blocks, measuring up to 15 feet in length, displayed the kind of careful placement typically associated with human construction. Their flat, uniform surfaces and right-angled edges defied conventional explanations of natural formation. More intriguing still, the stones appeared to rest on pillars of smaller rocks, creating the impression of a raised causeway designed to span underwater terrain. Marine geologist Dr. Eugene Shin arrived the following year, determined to debunk what he considered archaeological wishful thinking. His core samples would settle the matter once and for all, yet his findings only deepened the mystery. While Shin concluded the formation was natural beach rock cemented by calcium carbonate, his own data revealed troubling inconsistencies. The stones showed evidence of fracturing patterns typically associated with human quarrying techniques. Tool marks scarred several blocks in ways that seemed to suggest deliberate shaping rather than natural erosion. Carbon dating revealed the limestone to be approximately 15,000 years old, placing its formation during the last ice age when sea levels stood 300 feet lower than today. This timing aligned perfectly with the end of the Pleistocene epoch, when massive climate shifts transformed the Caribbean landscape and submerged vast coastal areas beneath rising seas. The discovery gained additional credibility from an unexpected source. Edgar Cayce, the famous psychic known as the Sleeping Prophet, had predicted in 1938 that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini sometime around 1968 or 1969. While serious researchers distanced themselves from such claims, the precise timing of Valentine's discovery proved unsettling to even skeptical observers. Subsequent expeditions uncovered additional anomalies that natural formation theories struggled to explain. Divers found what appeared to be a second, parallel road running alongside the main formation. Both structures maintained consistent widths and displayed similar construction techniques. The spacing between blocks remained remarkably uniform, suggesting adherence to some standardized building method. Perhaps most compelling were the discoveries at the structure's endpoints. Rather than tapering off randomly as natural formations typically do, both roads appeared to terminate at specific points marked by larger anchor stones. These massive corner blocks, positioned at precise right angles, created the distinct impression of intentional boundaries, architectural punctuation marks, signaling the beginning and end of deliberate construction. Marine archaeologist Dr. Joan Hanley, spent 3 months documenting the formation's unique characteristics in the 1990s. Her underwater surveys revealed joint patterns, unlike anything found in natural beach rock formations. The blocks fitted together with tongue-and-groove precision, creating interlocking seams that would have required sophisticated engineering knowledge to achieve. Natural limestone simply doesn't fracture in such geometrically perfect patterns. The mystery deepened when researchers examined the surrounding seafloor. The Bimini Road sits atop a foundation of sand and coral debris that appears artificially leveled. Natural rock formations typically rest on irregular bedrock surfaces, shaped by millions of years of geological activity. Yet beneath these stones, the substrate remained remarkably flat and uniform, as if someone had prepared a level foundation before beginning construction. Local Bahamian fishermen contributed their own pieces to the puzzle. Generations of families had known about the underwater stones, passing down stories of an ancient roadway built by powerful ancestors who possessed knowledge lost to time. These oral traditions, dismissed by early researchers as folklore, began to carry new weight as physical evidence continued to challenge natural formation theories. Advanced sonar mapping in the 2000s revealed the true scope of the structures. What initially appeared to be a single roadway proved to be part of a larger network of stone formations extending across several square miles of seafloor. Secondary paths branched off from the main road at regular intervals, creating the pattern of an organized transportation system rather than random geological features. The positioning of the roads themselves suggests sophisticated planning. They follow the most logical routes across the ancient landscape, connecting higher ground areas that would have been islands or coastal features 15,000 years ago. This pathway selection demonstrates the kind of geographic knowledge that comes from extensive surveying and long-term planning, capabilities that conventional archaeology doesn't associate with the hunter-gatherer societies of the late Pleistocene. Modern attempts to recreate similar structures using period-appropriate technology have proven surprisingly difficult. Moving and precisely positioning limestone blocks of such massive size requires mechanical advantages that standard archaeological models don't account for in pre-agricultural societies. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and fitting stones in an underwater environment present engineering challenges that remain unsolved, even with contemporary equipment. Recent geological analysis has identified the limestone's likely quarry sites on nearby islands, confirming that the blocks were indeed moved from their original locations, a finding that strongly supports human involvement in their placement. The effort required to transport multi-ton stones across several miles of underwater terrain speaks to sophisticated organizational capabilities and advanced engineering knowledge. Yet for all the evidence pointing toward artificial construction, the Bimini Road continues to divide experts. The formation's great age places it far outside conventional timelines for complex stone architecture in the Americas. Accepting its artificial origin requires acknowledging the existence of unknown civilizations possessing capabilities that predate our current understanding of human technological development by thousands of years. Somewhere beneath the shifting sands and coral growth of the Bahamas, the truth about these stone pathways remains buried, waiting for new techniques and fresh perspectives to finally decode their ancient message about who we were before the seas claimed their cities and scattered their stories across the ocean floor. The Klerksdorp Spheres, deep beneath the red earth of South Africa, miners working the Wonderstone quarries near Klerksdorp began unearthing something that shouldn't exist. Small, perfectly spherical objects embedded in rock formations, dating back 3 billion years, objects that appear deliberately crafted, with precise parallel grooves encircling their surfaces, like the work of an ancient lathe. The first sphere emerged in the 1980s, extracted from pyrophyllite deposits laid down when Earth was a fundamentally different world. No oxygen in the atmosphere, no complex life forms. Yet here was an object that looked undeniably artificial, its surface bearing modifications that suggested intelligence and purpose. The miners kept digging, and more spheres appeared, dozens of them, each one raising the same impossible question. Dr. Robert White, a geologist who examined the earliest specimens, documented their peculiar properties with growing fascination. The spheres measured between 1 and 4 inches in diameter, composed primarily of hematite and wollastonite. Some were solid, others, when X-rayed, revealed hollow chambers. But most puzzling were the grooves. 3 parallel lines that wrapped around each sphere's equator with mathematical precision. White's measurements revealed something extraordinary. The grooves maintained consistent depth and spacing across multiple specimens, as if created by the same tool or process. Under microscopic examination, the groove walls showed smooth, uniform surfaces that bore no resemblance to natural weathering or geological formation. They looked machined. Word of the discovery spread through academic circles, drawing researchers from multiple disciplines. Archaeologists arrived expecting to debunk what seemed like an obvious case of misidentification. Geologists came to confirm the age of the surrounding rock. Each expert brought their skepticism, and each left with more questions than answers. The dating proved unambiguous. The pyrophyllite deposits containing these spheres formed during the Precambrian era, when Earth's surface was still cooling from its violent birth. No life existed beyond simple microorganisms, no intelligence capable of creating tools or artifacts, yet the spheres displayed characteristics that defied natural formation. Professor André Bischoff, from the University of Johannesburg, conducted extensive analysis on sphere samples, subjecting them to electron microscopy and chemical composition testing. His findings revealed internal structures that added another layer to the mystery. Some spheres contained fibrous materials arranged in patterns that resembled organic tissue, despite being composed of inorganic minerals. Others showed crystalline formations that followed geometric principles rather than random mineral deposition. The grooves themselves presented the most compelling evidence of artificial origin. Bischoff's team discovered that the groove depth varied by less than 0.01 millimeters across different spheres, a level of consistency that would challenge modern manufacturing techniques. Natural processes simply don't produce such uniformity. Wind erosion, water movement, and mineral deposits create irregular patterns, not precision engineering. Museums began acquiring specimens, displaying them alongside explanatory plaques that carefully avoided definitive statements about their origin. The South African National Museum houses the largest collection, where visitors often stand transfixed by these small objects that seem to mock conventional understanding of Earth's timeline. Alternative theories emerged, each struggling to explain the sphere's impossible age. Some researchers proposed that the objects formed through unknown geological processes, perhaps volcanic activity that created perfectly round concretions with naturally occurring groove patterns. But laboratory attempts to replicate such formations failed consistently. The precise grooves remained unexplainable through conventional geology. Others suggested that the dating was somehow incorrect, that the spheres had been contaminated by younger materials or misidentified in their geological context. But multiple independent dating analyses confirmed the ancient age of both the spheres and their surrounding matrix. Carbon dating, radiometric analysis, and stratigraphic examination all pointed to the same conclusion. These objects existed long before complex intelligence supposedly evolved on Earth. The scientific community found itself divided. Mainstream researchers maintained that natural explanations must exist, even if current understanding couldn't provide them. The alternative, that intelligence existed 3 billion years ago, challenged fundamental assumptions about evolution, geology, and Earth's history. Such implications seemed too radical to accept without overwhelming evidence, yet the evidence continued accumulating. Additional excavations revealed more spheres, each displaying the same characteristics. Some showed color variations, deep reds, metallic blues, mottled browns, but all maintained the spherical shape and grooved surface. The consistency across hundreds of specimens suggested a common origin, whether natural or artificial. Independent researchers began conducting their own analyses. Dr. Heinrich Klerk, for whom the region was named, documented over 200 individual spheres before his death. His unpublished notes, discovered decades later, contained detailed measurements and sketches that revealed even more patterns. Many spheres displayed internal cavities positioned at their geometric centers. Others showed surface markings beyond the primary grooves, tiny indentations arranged in sequences that resembled numerical or symbolic systems. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered that some spheres exhibited magnetic properties. When suspended on threads, certain specimens aligned themselves with magnetic north, suggesting internal structures with metallic components arranged in specific orientations. This behavior appeared consistent across multiple samples, implying either an unknown natural process or deliberate engineering. Modern technology has provided new analytical tools, but clearer answers remain elusive. Computed tomography scans reveal the internal structures in unprecedented detail, showing chambers, passages, and formations that continue to defy explanation. Electron microscopy captures surface features measured in nanometers, documenting precision that challenges both natural formation theories and ancient technology hypotheses. The Klerksdorp Spheres occupy a unique position in archaeological enigma. Unlike other mysterious artifacts that might be explained through advanced ancient civilizations or misunderstood historical technologies, these objects predate complex life itself. They force consideration of possibilities that extend beyond conventional frameworks of history and evolution. Mining operations in the region continue today, and spheres still emerge occasionally from the quarries. Each new discovery undergoes the same battery of tests, producing the same inexplicable results. 3 billion years old, artificially precise, completely impossible, according to established science. The workers who first discovered these objects understood their significance better than the experts who followed. They saw the obvious spherical objects with grooves that looked manufactured. The complications arose when science attempted to fit these observations into existing theories about Earth's ancient past. Today, boxes of Klerksdorp spheres sit in research facilities and museum storage rooms, waiting for explanations that may never come. They represent pure mystery crystallized in mineral form, physical objects that shouldn't exist, yet undeniably do. Small reminders that Earth's history contains chapters we haven't learned to read. Stone spheres of Costa Rica. When archaeologists first mapped the remote Dequis Delta of southern Costa Rica in the 1940s, they encountered something that defied every rule they knew about pre-Columbian stonework. Scattered across the jungle floor like marbles dropped by giants lay hundreds of stone spheres, some small enough to hold in your palm, others towering nearly 8 feet in diameter and weighing over 15 tons. The spheres weren't rough approximations of roundness. They were geometrically perfect. Charles Deas, the United Fruit Company executive who first documented these monuments in detail, measured sphere after sphere with growing bewilderment. Using the primitive tools available in 1943, he found deviations of less than 2 millimeters from perfect spherical geometry. Modern laser measurements have confirmed what Deas suspected but couldn't prove. Many of these spheres achieve a precision that would challenge contemporary stonemasons equipped with computer-guided machinery. The largest confirmed sphere, designated PE66 by researchers, measures 2.66 meters in diameter. It was carved from gabbro, a volcanic rock harder than granite, using tools that, according to our understanding of indigenous Costa Rican technology, should not have existed. The Dequis culture, which flourished between 600 and 1000 CE, left behind no metal tools capable of such precision work, no evidence of advanced measuring instruments, no written records explaining their methods. Dr. John Hoops of the University of Kansas has spent decades studying these monuments, and his research reveals patterns that deepen rather than resolve the mystery. The spheres weren't randomly distributed across the landscape. They formed deliberate alignments, some pointing toward magnetic north, others tracking the path of celestial bodies. Several sites show clear evidence of complex arrangements, with spheres of different sizes positioned according to mathematical relationships that suggest sophisticated planning. The craftsmanship itself presents a puzzle that materials scientists still struggle to explain. Gabbro is composed of interlocking crystals that fracture unpredictably under pressure. Modern attempts to replicate even small spheres using traditional hammering techniques have failed catastrophically. The stone simply doesn't behave in ways that permit gradual shaping through percussion. Yet somehow ancient artisans not only mastered this unforgiving material, but achieved tolerances that approach machine precision. Ethnobotanist Mark Plotkin documented an intriguing piece of oral history during his work with surviving Dequis descendants. Elderly community members spoke of ancestors who knew the songs that made stone soft, describing a process where certain plants were burned near the worksite, while specific chants were performed. Plotkin initially dismissed these accounts as folklore, until he discovered that several of the plants mentioned contain oxalic acid compounds capable of gradually dissolving silicate minerals. The testing of this theory has yielded inconclusive but provocative results. Laboratory experiments show that prolonged exposure to concentrated plant acids can indeed soften gabbro's surface layers, but scaling such a process to create 15-ton perfect spheres would require industrial quantities of plant material and time spans measured in decades for individual pieces. Perhaps more puzzling than their construction is their purpose. Unlike other monumental architecture from pre-Columbian America, these spheres serve no obvious functional role. They're not burial markers. No human remains have been found in association with them. They're not defensive structures or astronomical calculators in any recognizable sense. They simply exist, perfect and enigmatic, scattered across a landscape that offers no clear reason for their placement. Spanish conquistador records from the 16th century mention the spheres only in passing, noting that local populations seem to regard them with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. The indigenous people encountered by Europeans clearly hadn't created these monuments. They spoke of them as relics from the time before memory, when the ancestors possessed knowledge that had been lost. Modern electromagnetic surveys of the sphere sites have revealed additional mysteries. Several locations show magnetic anomalies that seem to correlate with sphere placement, though no natural geological features explain these readings. Ground-penetrating radar has identified what appear to be precisely circular foundations beneath some spheres, constructed with the same impossible precision as the monuments they support. The most unsettling discovery came in 1999, when Dr. Iphigenia Quintanilla's team excavated around sphere PE12. Beneath the monument, they found a perfectly circular depression carved directly into bedrock. The depression matched the sphere's curvature exactly, as if the stone had been lowered into a custom-made socket. Carbon dating of organic material trapped in this foundation yielded dates nearly 2,000 years older than the accepted timeline for Diquis culture. This chronological anomaly has sparked heated debate within archaeological circles. Either the dating is wrong, or these spheres represent the work of an unknown civilization that achieved technological capabilities far exceeding anything else documented from ancient Costa Rica. Neither explanation sits comfortably with established historical frameworks. Recent analysis using advanced scanning techniques has revealed internal structures within several spheres that suggest even greater complexity than their external perfection implies. Ultrasound imaging shows what appear to be deliberate variations in density throughout the stone matrix, as if the creators somehow manipulated the rock's internal composition during the carving process. Dr. Hoops remains cautiously skeptical of the more extraordinary theories surrounding the spheres, but he acknowledges that conventional explanations fall short of accounting for the evidence. His latest research focuses on documenting the precise mathematical relationships between sphere groupings, work that has revealed increasingly complex geometric patterns spanning multiple sites across the delta. The spheres of Costa Rica continue to resist every attempt at definitive explanation. They stand as monuments to human capability that transcends our understanding of what ancient technology could achieve. Each measurement, each analysis, each attempt to recreate their perfection only deepens the fundamental question they pose: how were they made, and by whom? In the humid silence of the Diquis Delta, these perfect stones wait with the patience of centuries, guardians of secrets their creators took with them into the depths of forgotten time. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops. On March 4, 1918, the USS Cyclops departed Barbados, carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore bound for Baltimore. The massive naval cargo ship never sent a distress signal, never reported any mechanical problems, never arrived at its destination. In the century that followed, not a single piece of wreckage has ever been recovered from what became one of the most thoroughly investigated maritime disappearances in history. The loss of 306 men and a 540-foot vessel in calm seas during peacetime defied every conventional explanation the Navy could offer. What makes this vanishing even more unsettling is that two of the Cyclops' sister ships would later disappear under nearly identical circumstances, suggesting something far more systematic than mechanical failure or human error. Captain George Worley had commanded naval vessels for over 2 decades without incident. His crew consisted of experienced seamen familiar with Atlantic crossings. The ship itself, while aging, had completed this exact route multiple times. Every factor that typically contributes to maritime disasters was conspicuously absent from the Cyclops' final voyage. The manganese ore cargo has drawn particular scrutiny from investigators. This dense metallic ore, essential for steel production during wartime, created an unusual weight distribution throughout the ship's holds. Some engineers theorized that improper loading could have caused catastrophic structural failure, yet the crew had transported this same material successfully on previous journeys. The loading procedures at Barbados showed no obvious irregularities. Weather records from March 1918 reveal relatively calm conditions along the Cyclops' intended route. No major storms were reported in the area during the time frame when the ship would have been crossing. This absence of severe weather eliminates the most common cause of maritime disasters, leaving investigators with an increasingly narrow range of plausible explanations. The ship's last confirmed position placed it somewhere in the western Atlantic, following a course that would later become notorious as part of the Bermuda Triangle. While this geographical connection emerged decades after the disappearance, it added another layer of mystery to an already inexplicable event. The Cyclops was traveling through an area where numerous other vessels and aircraft would later vanish under similarly mysterious circumstances. Navy search operations covered thousands of square miles of ocean. Multiple ships combed the waters for weeks, finding no debris, no oil slicks, no evidence whatsoever of the Cyclops' fate. The complete absence of wreckage suggested either an instantaneous catastrophic event or something that removed all traces of the ship's destruction. Neither scenario aligned with conventional maritime accident patterns. German submarine activity during World War I initially seemed like the most logical explanation. U-boats were actively patrolling Atlantic shipping lanes, targeting vessels carrying strategic materials. However, German naval records examined after the war showed no submarine attacks on ships matching the Cyclops' description during the relevant time period. The absence of enemy action left investigators without their primary theory. Captain Worley's background became the subject of intense scrutiny. Born in Germany, he had changed his name from Georg Wickman upon immigrating to America. During wartime, this foreign origin raised suspicions about possible espionage or sabotage. Yet Worley's service record remained exemplary, and no evidence ever emerged connecting him to any intelligence activities. The sabotage theory, while emotionally satisfying during wartime paranoia, lacked any substantive foundation. The ship's mechanical condition has been debated extensively. While the Cyclops was not new, its maintenance records showed regular upkeep. The vessel had recently undergone inspection and was deemed seaworthy for the Barbados mission. Critics point to the ship's age and the stress of wartime service as potential factors, but sister ships of identical design and age continued operating safely for years afterward. What amplifies the mystery is the fate of those sister ships. In 1941, the USS Proteus disappeared while carrying bauxite ore from the same Caribbean region. Later that year, the USS Nereus vanished on a similar route with similar cargo. These three ships, all of the same class, all disappeared in the same general area while carrying heavy ore loads. The statistical probability of three identical vessels suffering the same unknown fate defies reasonable explanation. Modern analysis of the Cyclops' design has revealed potential structural weaknesses. The ship's single propeller shaft created unusual stress patterns during rough seas. Computer modeling suggests that under specific conditions, this design flaw could lead to catastrophic failure. However, the calm weather conditions during the Cyclops' final voyage make this mechanical explanation less convincing. The ore cargo's properties have attracted attention from metallurgists and naval engineers. Manganese ore's density and magnetic properties create unique challenges for ship stability and navigation equipment. Some researchers theorize that shifting cargo could have compromised the vessel's structural integrity or interfered with navigation systems. Yet numerous other ships transported identical cargoes without incident throughout the war. Electromagnetic anomalies in the Western Atlantic have been documented by various scientific expeditions. These phenomena could potentially interfere with navigation equipment or create unusual sea conditions. While such theories venture into speculative territory, they offer potential explanations for the complete absence of distress signals or wreckage debris. The families of the lost crew members maintained pressure on the Navy for decades, seeking answers that never came. Personal accounts from crew members' relatives describe men who were experienced sailors, unlikely to succumb to routine navigational challenges. These human stories underscore the tragedy's impact beyond its technical mysteries. Recent oceanographic surveys using advanced sonar technology have mapped vast areas of the Atlantic floor where the Cyclops might rest. Despite sophisticated equipment capable of detecting much smaller objects, no trace of the vessel has been located. The ocean's vastness certainly allows for undiscovered wrecks, but the complete absence of evidence after a century of searching remains remarkable. The USS Cyclops represents more than a maritime disaster. Its disappearance challenges our understanding of how large vessels can simply vanish in modern times. The convergence of wartime operations, unusual cargo, structural considerations, and geographic location creates a puzzle that continues to resist solution. Each potential explanation addresses some aspects of the mystery while failing to account for others, leaving the fate of 306 men suspended in permanent uncertainty. Patomskiy Crater, deep in the taiga of southeastern Siberia, where winter temperatures plunge to -40 degrees and the nearest village lies hundreds of miles away, sits something that shouldn't exist. The local Yakut people discovered it first, sometime in the 1940s, and immediately gave it a name that translates roughly as fire eagle nest. They refused to go near it. Their reindeer, they said, wouldn't graze within a mile of the formation. Birds avoided flying overhead. Even the mosquitoes that plague every other corner of Siberia seemed to give this place a wide berth. For decades it remained their secret, a taboo landmark in an already remote wilderness. Then, in 1949, a Russian geologist named Vadim Kolpakov was conducting a routine geological survey when he stumbled upon what the locals had been avoiding. What he found defied every principle of earth science he'd studied. Rising from the forest floor like a massive, perfectly symmetrical mound, stood a formation 520 feet wide at its base and 260 feet tall. At first glance, it resembled a volcanic cone, but Kolpakov immediately recognized something wrong with that explanation. The structure was too uniform, too geometrically precise. Its sides rose at exactly the same angle in every direction. More troubling still, the rocks composing it didn't match anything in the surrounding geology. The formation appeared to be made of limestone, but they were standing in a region dominated by granite bedrock. The nearest limestone deposits lay hundreds of miles away. Somehow, over 230,000 tons of foreign rock had been arranged into this unnaturally perfect cone in the middle of nowhere. Kolpakov documented his discovery, but kept largely quiet about it. The Soviet Union wasn't particularly interested in geological anomalies that couldn't be mined or weaponized. The Patomskiy Crater, as it came to be known, though it wasn't actually a crater at all, remained a footnote in an obscure geological survey report for the next 50 years. When satellite imagery became available in the 1990s, the formation drew renewed attention. From above, its geometric perfection became even more apparent. The structure looked artificial, like something deliberately constructed rather than naturally formed. Teams of scientists began making pilgrimages to this remote corner of Siberia, each hoping to solve what had become known as one of geology's most puzzling mysteries. What they found only deepened the enigma. Core samples revealed that the formation was indeed composed of limestone fragments, but not solid limestone. Instead, the entire structure appeared to be made of crushed limestone debris, as if enormous blocks had been pulverized and then somehow arranged into this precise geometric shape. The fragments showed signs of extreme heat exposure, temperatures that would typically occur only during volcanic activity or meteorite impacts. Yet there was no evidence of either explanation. No volcanic activity had occurred in this region for millions of years. The bedrock showed no signs of impact scarring or the distinctive mineral changes that accompany meteorite strikes. Whatever had created the Patomskiy Crater had done so without leaving the calling cards geologists expected. Carbon dating of organic material found within the structure suggested it had formed relatively recently in geological terms, perhaps 500 years ago, possibly less. This timeline only added to the mystery. 500 years ago would place its formation roughly at the time of first European contact with Siberian indigenous peoples. Had early Russian explorers witnessed whatever event created this formation? If so, no records survived. Dr. Viktor Antipin, a geologist from the Russian Academy of Sciences, spent years studying the crater's composition. His team discovered something that made the formation even stranger. The limestone debris wasn't randomly distributed throughout the structure. Instead, it appeared to be layered in a specific pattern, with different sized fragments arranged in distinct zones. The largest chunks clustered near the center, while progressively smaller pieces radiated outward. This distribution pattern resembled what scientists see in explosion debris. But explosions don't typically sort material by size so precisely. The arrangement suggested something more controlled, more systematic than any known geological process could produce. Perhaps most disturbing were the electromagnetic anomalies surrounding the crater. Compass needles spin wildly within a quarter-mile radius of the formation. Electronic equipment frequently malfunctions. Some researchers reported their GPS devices giving impossible readings, coordinates that would place them hundreds of miles from their actual location. The local wildlife's continued avoidance of the area isn't simply folklore. Zoological surveys confirm that the region immediately around the crater supports significantly less biodiversity than surrounding areas. Plant growth appears stunted within the anomalous electromagnetic zone. Trees near the formation show unusual growth patterns, with branches growing in directions that suggest they're somehow responding to an invisible force field. In 2005, an expedition led by Dr. Eugene Dmitriev attempted to use ground-penetrating radar to map the crater's internal structure. The results were unsettling. Rather than solid limestone debris throughout, the radar suggested the presence of a large hollow space near the center of the formation, a cavity roughly 200 feet in diameter. Whatever lies within that void remains unknown, because attempts to drill into it have consistently failed. Drill bits encounter something that stops their progress about halfway through the structure. The electromagnetic properties of that central void appear to be particularly intense. Metal objects lowered into test holes near the center have emerged magnetized. In one documented case, a steel drill bit pulled from a test hole had acquired magnetic properties strong enough to lift objects weighing several pounds. Theories attempting to explain the Patomskiy Crater range from conventional geology to pure science fiction. Some researchers suggest it might be a unique type of cryovolcanic formation, a frozen eruption of some kind. Others propose it could be the result of underground gas explosions that somehow sorted debris by size and weight. The more exotic theories include everything from buried meteoric material with unusual magnetic properties to crashed extraterrestrial technology. Each hypothesis faces significant evidence problems. The conventional geological explanations can't account for the electromagnetic anomalies or the precise geometric arrangement of the limestone debris. The exotic theories struggle with the complete absence of any materials that don't naturally occur on Earth. What remains certain is that something created this massive, perfectly proportioned structure in one of the most remote places on Earth, arranged hundreds of thousands of tons of foreign rock into a precise geometric pattern, and imbued the entire formation with electromagnetic properties that continue to puzzle physicists. Whether that something was a natural phenomenon we don't yet understand, or something else entirely, the Patomskiy Crater continues to challenge our understanding of what's possible on our planet. The locals still call it the Fire Eagle Nest, and they still keep their distance. The Lost City of Z. In April 1925, 3 men walked into the Brazilian jungle and never walked out. The last radio transmission from Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett reached civilization on May 29th, a brief message confirming their position along the upper Singu River. After that, silence. But this wasn't just another tragic expedition lost to the Amazon's merciless embrace. Fawcett carried with him the coordinates to what he believed would rewrite human history entirely. For decades, the British explorer had been obsessed with fragments of evidence pointing toward an advanced civilization hidden deep within the green hell of the Amazon basin. He called it the City of Zed, and everything about his quest defied conventional wisdom about what the rainforest could sustain or conceal. The story begins not in Brazil, but in the dusty archives of the Royal Geographical Society in London, where Fawcett first encountered a Portuguese manuscript dating to 1753. The document told of bandeirantes, Brazilian fortune hunters, who who stumbled upon massive stone ruins after getting lost in the jungle. They described towering walls, hieroglyphic inscriptions, and architectural sophistication that seemed impossible for the region. Most scholars dismissed it as colonial fantasy, the kind of tall tale that emerges when men spend too long under the jungle canopy. Fawcett saw something different. His military background had taken him across uncharted territories in Ceylon and Bolivia, places where he'd witnessed firsthand how quickly the jungle could swallow entire settlements. Unlike his academic contemporaries safely stationed in London universities, he understood the forest's capacity for both destruction and preservation. Between 1906 and 1924, Fawcett mounted 7 separate expeditions into the Amazon, each one adding pieces to a puzzle that mainstream archaeology refused to acknowledge. He documented pottery shards bearing unfamiliar artistic styles, found traces of ancient roadways beneath the forest floor, and collected indigenous stories about ancestors who built great cities of stone. The local tribes spoke of these ruins not as myths, but as historical fact, providing directions that aligned suspiciously well with the 18th century Portuguese account. What makes Fawcett's theory particularly intriguing is how it anticipated discoveries that wouldn't be validated until the 21st century. Modern satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar have revealed vast earthworks throughout the Amazon basin, geometric structures called geoglyphs that required sophisticated planning and substantial labor forces. The jungle that 1920 science assumed could never support large populations was beginning to reveal evidence of exactly that kind of complex society. Fawcett's final expedition departed from Cuiabá on April 20, 1925. He traveled with his eldest son Jack and Jack's best friend Raleigh Ramel, both young men drawn by promises of adventure and archaeological glory. The colonel's preparations were meticulous. He carried the latest surveying equipment, medical supplies calculated for an 18-month journey, and copies of every map and manuscript he'd accumulated over 2 decades of research. His route would take them northeast from the Upper Singu, through territory marked on contemporary maps as completely unexplored. Fawcett estimated the city of Z lay somewhere in the region that today forms the border between Mato Grosso and Pará states, an area so remote that even modern GPS coordinates feel abstract when you're actually standing there under the endless canopy. The last confirmed sighting came from a trading post near the Xingu River, where local officials recorded the party's passage on May 20th. Fawcett seemed confident, reporting good health and adequate supplies. His final message, transmitted by portable radio, simply stated their position as 11°43 south 54°35 west, and promised regular updates that never came. What happened next has spawned nearly a century of speculation, rescue attempts, and increasingly elaborate theories. The Brazilian government launched official search parties in 1928 and 1930, finding nothing. The Royal Geographical Society funded private expeditions throughout the 1930s with similar results. Every few years, someone emerges from the jungle claiming to have found bones, equipment, or indigenous testimony about the explorer's fate. Most of these leads dissolve under scrutiny, but they keep coming. The mystery deepened when researcher David Gran retraced Fawcett's route in 2005 and discovered that the explorer's theories about ancient Amazonian civilizations were essentially correct. Archaeological work in the Upper Singu region has uncovered evidence of sophisticated pre-Columbian settlements supporting populations in the tens of thousands. These weren't the simple hunter-gatherer societies that 1920s anthropology assumed were the Amazon's highest cultural achievement. They practiced advanced agriculture, built extensive road networks, and created earthworks visible from space. If Fawcett was right about the civilization, what does that suggest about his chances of actually finding it? The colonel wasn't just wandering blindly through the jungle. His route was calculated based on geographical features, indigenous testimony, and historical documentation that modern research has largely validated. He possessed the kind of practical jungle experience that had already kept him alive through decades of exploration. Everything about his preparation suggested a man who expected to return with proof. Yet 3 experienced explorers vanished so completely that a century of searching has produced no definitive trace. The jungle that preserved ancient settlements for over 500 years somehow managed to erase all evidence of visitors who disappeared less than 100 years ago. Either the Amazon's capacity for concealment exceeds even archaeological estimates, or something else entirely explains their fate. Recent developments have added new dimensions to the puzzle. In 2019, Brazilian researchers discovered large-scale geometric earthworks in precisely the area where Fawcett calculated Z's location. These structures show signs of sophisticated urban planning and suggest populations that could have supported the kind of monumental architecture the Colonel was seeking. The city of Z might not be a single lost city, but rather evidence of an entire regional civilization that mainstream archaeology is only beginning to understand. Colonel Percy Fawcett walked into the jungle, carrying questions that seemed impossible in 1925, but appear increasingly reasonable today. Whether he found the answers he was seeking, or whether those answers somehow prevented his return, remains locked somewhere in the green infinity of the Amazon, waiting for the next explorer brave enough to follow his coordinates into the unknown. Time travel, airplane DC-3. On March 9, 1985, air traffic controllers at Caracas International Airport logged an impossible entry into their records. A Douglas DC-3 aircraft had just requested permission to land. Registration number matched a plane that had vanished without explanation in 1955, 30 years earlier. The controller who handled that transmission would later describe the pilot's voice as calm, almost eerily routine. Caracas Control, this is Flight 514 requesting clearance to land. We're running about 10 minutes behind schedule. 10 minutes behind schedule. After 3 decades, flight manifests tell their own strange story. The Douglas DC-3 had departed New York's LaGuardia Airport on October 2, 1955, carrying 57 passengers bound for Miami. Weather conditions were optimal. The aircraft, piloted by Captain Chuck Stewart, was considered one of the most reliable in commercial aviation. Radio contact remained steady until 10:30 a.m., when the plane simply stopped responding. Search and rescue teams combed thousands of square miles of ocean. Nothing. The missing aircraft joined aviation's growing list of unexplained disappearances. Families mourned. Insurance companies closed files. The world moved on. Until that March morning in Venezuela, Dr. Maria Santos was working the early shift at Caracas International when the DC-3 appeared on her radar screen. She'd been monitoring aircraft for 12 years, but something about this particular blip made her pause. The signature was wrong. Older somehow, like looking at technology through a time capsule. The radar return was unlike anything I'd seen, Santos later told investigators. Modern aircraft produce clean, sharp signals. This one seemed muted, as if the metal itself was different. Tower personnel watched through binoculars as the aircraft approached. The DC-3's distinctive twin-engine profile was unmistakable, but paint schemes and markings belonged to an earlier era. Chrome fixtures gleamed where modern planes used composite materials. Even the landing gear appeared to be an older configuration that hadn't been standard since the 1950s. Ground crews prepared for what they assumed would be a routine vintage aircraft arrival, perhaps an airshow participant or private collector's restoration project. Commercial airliners from the Eisenhower era didn't typically request landing clearance in 1985. The DC-3 touched down smoothly. Rolling to the designated gate, ground personnel approached with standard procedure. What happened next transformed a curious incident into something far more unsettling. Baggage handlers would later report that the aircraft's cargo hold contained luggage styles from decades past, leather suitcases with hotel stickers from long-demolished establishments, newspapers dated October 1955, personal effects that seemed frozen in time, but passenger accounts created the deepest mystery. According to witnesses, travelers disembarking from the aircraft appeared genuinely confused by their surroundings. They asked about family members, inquired about addresses that no longer existed, and seemed bewildered by changes to the airport itself. One passenger reportedly asked a ground crew member why everyone was dressed so strangely. These people weren't actors, recalls Jorge Martinez, who worked airport security at the time. Their confusion felt authentic. When they saw cars in the parking lot, modern 1980s vehicles, some of them just stared, like they'd never seen anything so advanced. Captain Stewart himself seemed equally disoriented. Flight logs recovered from the cockpit showed routine entries up until October 2, 1955, then a gap until March 9, 1985. 30 years of blank pages. When questioned about the missing time, Stewart insisted the flight had taken only 4 hours and 20 minutes, normal duration for the New York to Miami route. Venezuelan authorities contacted the FAA, Pan American Airways, and international aviation organizations. Initial skepticism gave way to deeper concern as documentation appeared genuine. Aircraft serial numbers matched 1955 manufacturing records. Pilot licenses, though decades expired, contained authentic federal markings. Even the aircraft's maintenance logs showed service intervals consistent with 1950s aviation standards. Medical examinations of passengers revealed another puzzle. Despite claiming to have departed New York that morning, everyone aboard showed signs of extended exposure to high-altitude conditions. Blood chemistry suggested weeks or months of sustained flight. Yet aircraft fuel readings indicated normal consumption rates for a routine 4-hour journey. Dr. Elena Vasquez led the medical examination team. What we found didn't make physiological sense, she explains. These individuals showed cellular changes consistent with extended temporal displacement, but their subjective experience was of a normal flight duration, as if their bodies had aged while their consciousness remained in a shortened time frame. Investigation teams reconstructed the aircraft's supposed flight path using 1955 weather data and navigation records. Computer models showed the DC-3 should have encountered a significant storm system over the Bermuda Triangle region approximately 90 minutes after its last radio contact. Whether this coincidence held significance became a matter of intense speculation. Physical evidence presented its own contradictions. The aircraft's metal showed microscopic stress patterns, unlike anything in conventional aviation experience. Metallurgical analysis revealed molecular changes suggesting exposure to unknown energy fields. Component wear patterns indicated the engines had operated continuously for far longer than 4 hours, yet fuel consumption remained minimal. Perhaps most unsettling were the passengers' gradual realization that decades had passed. As shock wore off, families began learning that children had aged into adults, spouses had remarried, entire neighborhoods had transformed. Some passengers chose to integrate into 1985 society. Others seemed to fade from public record entirely. Airport employee testimonies remain remarkably consistent even decades later. The arriving passengers weren't simply disoriented. They carried with them something indefinable from another time. Mannerisms, speech patterns, even the way they walked seemed subtly different from contemporary behavior. Venezuelan government files on the incident remain classified. Official statements describe the event as a temporal aviation anomaly under investigation. International aviation authorities quietly updated protocols for handling similar scenarios, though specific procedures were never made public. The Douglas DC-3 itself was eventually moved to a secure hangar facility. Reports suggest the aircraft continues to undergo analysis, though no findings have been released. Some researchers claim the plane occasionally shows signs of electromagnetic activity despite being permanently grounded. Aviation historians point out that Douglas DC-3 aircraft from 1955 shouldn't possess the technological capability to survive 30 years of unexplained absence. The mystery deepens when considering that standard aircraft of that era carried fuel for approximately 6 hours of flight time, not 3 decades. Whatever force transported Flight 514 through time left few concrete answers. The passengers, the aircraft, and the documented evidence create a puzzle that continues to challenge our understanding of time, space, and the limits of conventional physics. The final radio transmission from Flight 514 remains in Caracas Air Traffic Control archives. Captain Stewart's voice, calm and professional, simply stated, "Thank you for clearance. It's good to be home." The Phaistos Disc. When archaeologist Luigi Pernier brushed away the dirt from that clay disc in 1908, he couldn't have known he was holding what would become one of the most frustrating puzzles in human history. The Phaistos Disc emerged from the ruins of a Minoan palace in Crete, its spiral of mysterious symbols catching the Mediterranean sunlight for the first time in over 3 millennia. More than a century later, this humble piece of fired clay continues to mock every attempt at translation. The disc measures just 6 inches across, unremarkable in size, yet extraordinary in its defiance. 241 symbols march along its spiral path, pressed into wet clay with individual stamps before firing. Each symbol is crisp, deliberate, suggesting a level of sophistication that challenges our assumptions about Bronze Age communication. The symbols themselves resist easy categorization: heads with feathered headdresses, fish, shields, flowers, human figures in various poses, geometric patterns that seem almost modern in their precision. Dr. Gareth Owens, a computational linguist who has devoted decades to the disc, describes his relationship with it as both intimate and maddening. He's mapped every symbol, counted every repetition, analyzed every possible pattern. The frequency of certain symbols suggests they might represent common words or sounds, yet no combination yields meaning that scholars can agree upon. The disc contains 45 unique symbols, a number that falls awkwardly between a simple alphabet and a complex ideographic system. What makes the Phaistos Disc truly extraordinary is its apparent uniqueness. No other artifact has been discovered bearing these specific symbols. Imagine finding a book written in a language that appears nowhere else in human history. No Rosetta Stone, no bilingual texts, no cultural context to provide clues. The disc stands alone, a linguistic island in an archaeological ocean. Carbon dating places the artifact around 1600 BCE, during the height of Minoan civilization. The Minoans left behind Linear A, an undeciphered script, and Linear B, successfully decoded in the 1950s. Yet the Phaistos Disc bears no resemblance to either. Its symbols are pictographic, where Linear A and B are largely syllabic. Its method of creation, using individual stamps, is unprecedented in the ancient Mediterranean world. The stamp technique raises profound questions about its purpose and origin. Creating individual stamps for each symbol represents a significant investment in time and craftsmanship. This wasn't casual correspondence, but something deemed worthy of permanent, repeatable symbols. Some researchers suggest it indicates mass production capability, implying the existence of other texts created with the same stamps. Yet despite extensive archaeological investigation across Crete and the broader Aegean, no companion pieces have emerged. Professor Jerome Eisenberg has argued that the disc is a modern forgery, pointing to its convenient discovery date and the absence of similar artifacts. However, thermoluminescence testing confirms its ancient origin, and the symbols show wear patterns consistent with genuine Bronze Age manufacture. The forgery theory, while initially compelling, crumbles under scientific scrutiny. Recent computational analysis has yielded intriguing possibilities without definitive answers. Dr. Owens believes he's identified phonetic elements that suggest an ancient form of Greek, pointing to recurring patterns that might represent religious or ritual language. His translation attempts yield fragments about goddesses and sacred places, but critics note that pattern recognition can impose meaning where none exists. The human brain excels at finding connections, sometimes creating them from randomness. Other scholars have proposed the disc represents a board game, a musical notation system, or even an early form of astronomical calculation. Each theory finds support in certain patterns while failing to explain others. The disc's spiral arrangement mirrors astronomical movements, yet lacks the mathematical precision found in other ancient astronomical devices. Its symbols sometimes repeat in ways consistent with game mechanics, yet show none of the standardization typical of game pieces from other cultures. Archaeological context provides few additional clues. The disc was discovered in a basement storage room, mixed with other clay tablets bearing Linear A inscriptions. No special housing, no ceremonial placement, suggesting it may have been archived rather than actively used. This mundane storage contrasts sharply with the disc's apparent sophistication, creating another layer of mystery about its importance to its creators. Recent discoveries of other mysterious scripts worldwide have provided comparative frameworks without solving the core puzzle. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island shares the disc's isolation and indecipherability. The Indus Valley script remains similarly opaque despite thousands of examples. Yet the Phaistos disc's use of individual stamps continues to set it apart, representing a technological approach to writing that appears nowhere else in the archaeological record. Modern attempts at decipherment employ increasingly sophisticated tools. Machine learning algorithms analyze symbol frequencies, searching for patterns human eyes might miss. Linguistic databases compare the disk structure with known ancient languages. Statistical analysis examines the probability of various symbol combinations. Each approach reveals new facets of the puzzle, while the core meaning remains elusive. The disk's endurance as an unsolved mystery speaks to fundamental limitations in archaeological interpretation. We can analyze materials, date artifacts, and map their distribution, but meaning requires cultural context that sometimes vanishes completely. The people who created and read this disk took their knowledge to their graves, leaving only these 241 symbols spinning in perpetual silence. Perhaps the disk's greatest gift isn't its message, but its mystery. In our age of instant information and algorithmic solutions, here stands a humble clay artifact that refuses digital decryption. It reminds us that human knowledge contains gaps that technology cannot bridge, that some conversations from the past remain forever one-sided. The Phaistos Disc continues its spiral dance through time, carrying secrets that may never yield to human understanding. In museums and research labs, scholars still gather around its image, pointing to promising patterns, debating possible meanings, sharing the same frustration that has connected researchers across generations. The disc has become a mirror, reflecting our deepest assumptions about communication, meaning, and the persistence of human curiosity when faced with the genuinely inexplicable. Mount Owen Moa. The preserved claw looked like it had been severed yesterday. Flesh still clung to the massive talons, soft tissue intact, as if the creature had simply stepped behind a curtain of time and emerged moments later. But the Mount Owen Moa had been extinct for over 500 years. When researchers first encountered this specimen in 1986, deep within the limestone caves of New Zealand's South Island, they faced an immediate paradox. The claw measured nearly a foot in length, its 3 toes ending in curved talons that could have belonged to some prehistoric nightmare. Yet there it was, mummified to perfection in the cave's unique microclimate, defying every assumption about preservation and time. The caves of Mount Owen create their own rules. Carved from ancient limestone by millennia of water flow, these underground chambers maintain constant temperature and humidity levels that approach laboratory precision. The darkness is absolute. Air circulation follows patterns established long before humans arrived in New Zealand, creating pockets where time seems negotiable. Dr. Richard Holdaway from Canterbury University spent months analyzing the claw's tissue. Under microscopic examination, muscle fibers remained distinguishable. Keratin structures showed no signs of the typical degradation associated with specimens of comparable age. The preservation quality exceeded that of deliberately mummified specimens stored in controlled museum environments. Nature had achieved what modern science struggles to replicate. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the claw's age at approximately 3,000 years old. This placed its owner firmly within the timeline of the Moa extinction, yet the specimen itself challenged fundamental assumptions about organic decay. Most preserved remains from this period exist as fragments, scattered bones bleached white by centuries of exposure. Complete soft tissue preservation typically requires very specific conditions that few natural environments can maintain across millennia. The South Island Moa stood nearly 12 feet tall at its full height. These birds dominated New Zealand's landscape for millions of years before the arrival of Polynesian settlers. Their massive frames, supported by legs thick as tree trunks, allowed them to browse vegetation at heights no other ground-dwelling bird could reach. Archaeological evidence suggests they shaped entire ecosystems through their feeding patterns and migratory routes. But the Mount Owen specimen raises questions that extend beyond simple preservation. The claw's position within the cave system suggests the bird entered the caverns alive. Scratch marks on nearby rock faces indicate struggle, possibly an attempt to escape after becoming trapped in the limestone maze. If accurate, this scenario implies Moa survived much longer than previously documented, potentially into periods when human settlements already dotted the New Zealand coastline. Maori oral traditions speak of encounters with giant birds well into the historical period. Elder accounts describe creatures matching Moa characteristics observed in remote mountain valleys during the 16th and 17th centuries. Academic orthodoxy has traditionally dismissed these stories as cultural memory, echoes of earlier encounters passed down through generations. The Mount Owen Claw forces reconsideration of such categorical dismissals. The cave system itself defies straightforward mapping. Passages wind through the mountain's interior, following no apparent geological logic. Some chambers expand into cathedral-sized spaces, before narrowing to crawlways barely wide enough for human passage. Water levels fluctuate according to seasonal patterns, occasionally flooding sections that remain accessible for most of the year. These variables create preservation conditions that range from ideal to destructive within the same cave network. Other Moa remains discovered in Mount Owen lack the exceptional preservation of the famous claw. Bone fragments scattered throughout nearby chambers show typical signs of age and mineral replacement. This selective preservation suggests the specific conditions required for soft tissue maintenance occurred in very limited areas, perhaps for very brief periods, creating windows of opportunity measured in days or weeks across centuries. Modern attempts to replicate the cave's preservation effects have failed. Laboratory simulations using similar temperature, humidity, and pH conditions produce inconsistent results. Variables researchers cannot identify or control appear to influence the process. The Mount Owen environment possesses characteristics that remain beyond current scientific understanding, turning the cave system into an accidental laboratory for studying deep time preservation. DNA extraction from the claw provided genetic material of unprecedented quality for a specimen of its age. Sequencing revealed details about Moa evolution and diversification that had remained invisible in bone-only studies. The genetic data confirmed the specimen belonged to Dinornis robustus, the largest of the Moa species, and revealed dietary information preserved in the bird's final meal. Pollen grains embedded in the claw's soft tissue told stories of a New Zealand landscape dramatically different from today's environment. Plant species that no longer exist in the region had sustained this particular bird during its final weeks. Climate data extracted from these microscopic time capsules painted pictures of weather patterns and seasonal variations that predate written records by thousands of years. The broader implications extend into questions about extinction timelines and human impact on island ecosystems. If Moa populations survived longer than conventional wisdom suggests, the narrative of rapid human-induced extinction becomes more complex. Environmental factors, climate change, and gradual habitat loss might have played larger roles than previously acknowledged. Subsequent expeditions to Mount Owen have uncovered additional preserved specimens, though none matching the complete soft tissue preservation of the original claw. Feather fragments, skin samples, and eggshell pieces emerge from the cave's deeper recesses with surprising regularity. Each discovery adds detail to the reconstruction of New Zealand's lost megafauna, while deepening the mystery of how these materials survived intact. The Mount Owen Moa claw remains on display at the Natural History Museum in London, where it continues to perplex visitors and researchers alike. Its preserved flesh appears fresh enough to have been frozen yesterday, yet carbon dating insists on its ancient origins. Somewhere in the mathematics of radioactive decay and the chemistry of organic preservation lies an explanation that still eludes our best scientific minds. That gap between what we observe and what we understand transforms a simple museum display into something more profound. The claw represents not just a lost species, but the limits of current knowledge about time, preservation, and the hidden mechanisms that govern how the past survives into the present. The WOW signal. On August 15, 1977, at 23:16 Eastern Time, something reached across the vast emptiness of space and tapped humanity on the shoulder. Dr. Jerry Amon was reviewing computer printouts from Ohio State University's Big Ear radio telescope when he encountered 6 characters that would haunt astronomers for decades. 6EQJ5. The sequence represented signal strength readings, a radio transmission so powerful and precisely focused that Amon grabbed a red pen and circled it, scrawling "WOW" in the margin. That exclamation became the name for what remains our most compelling candidate for extraterrestrial communication. The Big Ear telescope wasn't hunting for aliens that night. Built in 1963, this massive radio dish spent its nights scanning the heavens as part of SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Most evenings yielded nothing but cosmic background noise, the universe's quiet hum. but the signal that registered as 6EQUJ5 was different. It arrived at 1420.4556 MHz, a frequency that shouldn't carry random noise. This frequency sits in what astronomers call the water hole, a quiet band of the radio spectrum where hydrogen and hydroxyl, the components of water, naturally emit and absorb radiation. It's considered the cosmic equivalent of a universal meeting place, where any civilization wanting to communicate might logically transmit. The signal's precision suggested artificial origin. The transmission lasted exactly 72 seconds, the maximum time Big Ear could observe any single point as Earth's rotation carried the telescope's beam across the sky. When the telescope's companion receiver, offset to catch the same region minutes later, found nothing, the silence became as mysterious as the signal itself. Dr. John Krause, Big Ear's director, later described the signal's characteristics as nearly impossible to explain naturally. It was narrow band, meaning it occupied less than 10 kHz of bandwidth, far narrower than natural cosmic phenomena typically produce. It was also circularly polarized, suggesting it came from a technological source rather than a star or pulsar. What made the WOW signal even more intriguing was its location, the constellation Sagittarius, roughly 2.5 degrees south of the ecliptic plane where planets orbit. If an extraterrestrial civilization wanted to broadcast toward star systems with potential planets, this region would be strategically ideal. Attempts to relocate the signal began immediately. Within days, Eamon and his colleagues aimed Big Ear back toward the same coordinates. They found nothing. Follow-up observations continued for years, expanding to include radio telescopes worldwide, the Very Large Array in New Mexico, the Parkes Observatory in Australia, and dozens of other facilities have since scanned that patch of sky. The silence remains absolute. Some explanations have emerged over the decades, though none fully satisfy the evidence. Earth-based interference was the first suspect, perhaps a military transmission or satellite reflection. But the signal's frequency falls within a band protected internationally for radio astronomy, making terrestrial sources unlikely. Its apparent origin point, fixed against the stars rather than moving with Earth-orbiting satellites, further argues against human technology. Astronomical phenomena offered other possibilities. Could a comet have reflected radio signals from Earth, creating the temporary transmission? Professor Antonio Paris of St. Petersburg College proposed this theory in 2017, suggesting comets 266P/Christensen and 335P/Gibbs were positioned correctly to cause such reflections. However, his analysis faced criticism from colleagues who noted that cometary reflection shouldn't produce such a narrow band, precisely frequent signal. Natural radio sources like pulsars or quasars were also considered, but pulsars emit regular, repeating signals. The WOW signal appeared only once. Quasars broadcast across wider frequency ranges and show different polarization patterns. Neither explanation accounts for the transmission's unique characteristics. The signal's intensity added another layer of mystery. The 6EQJ5 designation represented a signal roughly 30 times stronger than typical background noise. To generate such power from interstellar distances would require either an enormously powerful transmitter or a highly focused beam aimed directly at Earth. Both scenarios suggest intentional communication rather than accidental detection. Dr. Frank Drake, pioneer of SETI research, examined the WOW signal data extensively. He acknowledged it as the most promising radio signal ever detected in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, while maintaining scientific caution about its ultimate meaning. The signal met every criterion SETI researchers had established for potentially genuine extraterrestrial communication, except the crucial requirement of repetition. Modern attempts to rediscover the signal have employed increasingly sophisticated technology. The Allen Telescope Array, specifically designed for SETI research, has monitored the WOW signal's coordinates multiple times. In 2012, on the transmission's 35th anniversary, researchers used the Arecibo Observatory to beam a response toward the same region of space, a collection of Twitter messages and videos from the public. If the original signal came from a civilization 25 light-years away, Earth's reply should arrive around 2037. The absence of repetition raises profound questions about the signal's nature and purpose. If extraterrestrial in origin, was it a brief experimental transmission, a beacon that failed shortly after we detected it, part of a rotating broadcast we've simply missed during subsequent observations, or perhaps a one-time message sent specifically toward our solar system? The mathematics of the search highlight the challenge. Space is vast, and radio signals spread out as they travel, becoming fainter with distance. The WOW signal's apparent brightness suggests it originated from a source between 220 and 1,000 light-years away, a range containing millions of stars and potential worlds. Without knowing the exact source, searching for repetitions becomes like looking for a specific grain of sand on an infinite beach. Recent analysis using archive data has revealed no similar signals from that region of space before or since. The WOW signal stands alone, a single, powerful transmission that persisted for precisely 72 seconds, and vanished into the cosmic silence from which it emerged. Jerry Eman, now in his 80s, remains cautiously optimistic about his discovery's significance. He's never claimed definitively that the signal represented extraterrestrial communication, maintaining instead that it remains the most interesting signal detected during his career. His red pen notation in the margins of a computer printout continues to symbolize humanity's ongoing search for companionship among the stars. 46 years later, the WOW signal endures as our civilization's closest approach to answering the question of whether we're alone. It remains a whisper from the darkness, a cosmic maybe that neither confirms nor denies the existence of other minds contemplating the universe's mysteries alongside our own. The Georgia Guidestones. For 42 years, 4 granite slabs stood sentinel in a remote Georgia field, bearing messages that read like instructions for rebuilding civilization. When someone detonated a bomb at their base in July 2022, the remaining stones were demolished within hours by local officials. What vanished that day wasn't just 119 tons of carved granite. It was perhaps the most enigmatic monument in modern America, one whose true purpose died with its anonymous creator. The story begins in June 1979, when a well-dressed stranger walked into the offices of Elberton Granite Finishing Company. He introduced himself as Robert C. Christian, though he later admitted this was a pseudonym. Speaking with a slight accent that locals couldn't quite place, Christian outlined his vision, a massive granite structure that would serve as a compass, calendar, and clock, inscribed with 10 guidelines in 8 different languages. The monument he described would stand 19 feet tall, consisting of 4 upright stones arranged around a central pillar, all topped by a capstone. Each face would bear inscriptions in English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. The sheer scale of the project, requiring the largest pieces of granite ever quarried in Elbert County, suggested someone with substantial resources and unwavering determination. Joe Fendley, the company's president, initially assumed Christian was either eccentric or delusional. The estimated cost exceeded $100,000, a staggering sum for a monument in rural Georgia. Yet when Christian returned with a suitcase full of cash and detailed architectural blueprints, Fendley realized this mysterious patron possessed both the means and technical knowledge to see his vision through. The guidelines themselves sparked immediate controversy. They began with a call to maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature, a statement that would fuel decades of debate about population control and global governance. Other inscriptions urged protecting people and nations with fair laws, ruling passion and faith with tempered reason, and leaving room for nature. Christian revealed nothing about his identity beyond claiming to represent a small group of loyal Americans who sought wisdom from historical cycles. He left precise instructions for the monument's construction, including astronomical alignments that would allow it to track celestial movements. A hole drilled through the center stone would frame the North Star, while a slot in the capstone would mark the sun's annual journey across the horizon. The monument's dedication on March 22, 1980, drew a modest crowd of local officials and curious onlookers. Christian appeared briefly during construction, but vanished before the unveiling, leaving behind only a safety deposit box key with banker Wyatt Martin. That box reportedly contained further instructions, to be revealed at some unspecified future date. Theories about the monument's true purpose multiplied like fractals. Some viewed the stones as a benevolent gift to future generations, wisdom preserved against potential collapse of modern civilization. Others saw something more sinister, a manifesto for global population reduction, or evidence of shadowy elite planning. The fact that Christian chose Elberton County, known as the granite capital of the world but hardly a crossroads of international significance, only deepened the mystery. Local reactions ranged from pride to profound unease. Some residents embraced their reputation as guardians of Georgia's Stonehenge, recognizing the tourism potential of their enigmatic attraction. Others found the guidelines deeply troubling, particularly the opening call for dramatic population reduction. Christian denominations objected to what they perceived as secular humanism carved in stone, while conspiracy theorists detected fingerprints of secret societies. The monument's astronomical features demonstrated sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. The central pillar contained a precisely angled hole that captured a beam of sunlight at noon each day, while seasonal variations in the beam's position marked the passage of time with remarkable accuracy. Such precision suggested involvement by someone with advanced understanding of both engineering and astronomy. Investigation into Christian's identity proved frustratingly elusive. His signature on legal documents revealed nothing, as handwriting experts found no distinctive characteristics. The accent noticed by locals led to speculation about European origins, but linguistic analysis remained inconclusive. Bank records showed substantial wire transfers from multiple accounts, suggesting a network of funding sources rather than a single benefactor. The monument attracted an eclectic mix of visitors over the decades. New Age spiritualists held ceremonies among the stones, convinced of their mystical properties. Scholars analyzed the multilingual inscriptions for hidden meanings or coded messages. Vandals periodically defaced the granite faces with spray paint, their graffiti serving as temporary protests against the monument's perceived messages. After the September 11th attacks, suspicion toward the monument intensified among certain groups who viewed its globalist language with fresh alarm. The internet age brought renewed scrutiny, with online investigators parsing every detail of Christian's brief appearance and the monument's construction. Social media transformed local curiosity into international conspiracy theories, transforming the quiet Georgia landmark into a flashpoint for debates about global governance. Documentary filmmakers and investigative journalists made periodic attempts to unmask Christian's identity, following paper trails that led invariably to dead ends. The safety deposit box remained sealed, its contents known only to banker Martin, who maintained strict confidentiality until his death. Some suspected Christian himself had died, taking his secrets to the grave decades before his creation's destruction. The bomb blast that damaged the monument in July 2022 remained unsolved, though surveillance footage captured a lone figure fleeing the scene. Within hours of the explosion, officials demolished the remaining stones, citing safety concerns and structural instability. The swift removal sparked accusations of hasty decision-making, eliminating potential evidence before thorough investigation. Analysis of the rubble revealed few new clues about the monument's origins or its destroyer's motivations. The granite pieces were eventually sold as souvenirs, scattered among collectors who appreciated owning fragments of America's strangest landmark. What began as one man's vision of guidance for future generations ended as debris in private collections. The Georgia Guidestones embodied questions that outlived their physical form. In an era of global uncertainty, they represented both humanity's capacity for long-term thinking and our tendency toward suspicion of grand designs. Their destruction eliminated not just a controversial monument, but a tangible reminder that some mysteries emerge not from ancient civilizations, but from our own time, perhaps the most puzzling era of all. The Atacama Skeleton. In 2003, a skeleton no larger than a pencil changed how we think about human biology. Oscar Munoz was searching for historical artifacts in the abandoned mining town of La Noria, deep in Chile's Atacama Desert, when he discovered something that defied immediate explanation. Wrapped in white cloth and tucked inside a leather pouch, the remains measured just 6 inches from skull to pelvis. The elongated head, the oversized eye sockets, the missing ribs. For 15 years, this tiny specimen would challenge everything scientists thought they knew about human development. The discovery wasn't accidental. Munoz had been methodically exploring the ghost town's scattered remains, a place where nitrate miners once scraped a living from the world's driest desert. La Noria had been abandoned for decades, its wooden structures bleached by relentless sun, its secrets buried beneath layers of salt and sand. What Munoz found shouldn't have been there at all. The skeleton's appearance immediately sparked speculation. The skull was severely elongated, tapering to an almost conical point. Where a normal human rib cage contains 12 pairs of ribs, this specimen had only 10. The bone density appeared far greater than expected for something so small, yet the proportions suggested a fully formed individual rather than a fetus. Most unsettling of all, the teeth were already erupted, a sign of development that typically takes years to achieve. Word of the discovery spread quickly through online forums and documentary circles. The specimen, dubbed Ata, after its desert origin, became the centerpiece of intense debate. UFO researchers pointed to the elongated skull as evidence of extraterrestrial visitation. Ancient astronaut theorists suggested this was proof of genetic experimentation by advanced beings. The scientific community, however, demanded rigorous analysis before drawing any conclusions. Dr. Gary Nolan, a Stanford University immunologist, first encountered Ata in 2012 when producers working on a documentary asked him to analyze the specimen. His initial reaction was skepticism, but the physical evidence proved impossible to dismiss. The skeleton was clearly not a hoax or a carved artifact. Every bone, every joint, every detail suggested this had once been a living, breathing organism. Nolan's team extracted DNA from the specimen's bone marrow and submitted it to comprehensive genetic sequencing. The results were both clarifying and mystifying. The DNA was unmistakably human, ruling out any extraterrestrial origins. But the genetic markers revealed something far more complex than a simple case of mistaken identity. The analysis showed that Ata was female and had lived approximately 40 years ago, not the centuries-old relic some had assumed. Her ancestry traced to the local Chilean population, a mixture of European and indigenous South American lineages. Yet within her genome, researchers identified mutations in 7 genes associated with dwarfism, skeletal development, and growth disorders. Some of these mutations had never been documented in living humans. The genetic findings suggested that Ata had survived in utero, and possibly for months or even years after birth despite carrying multiple severe developmental disorders. The combination of mutations affecting her growth, bone formation, and organ development created a unique biological profile that explained her unusual appearance while raising new questions about human genetic resilience. Dr. Atul Butte, a bioinformatics specialist who participated in the research, noted that several of the identified mutations were so rare they existed in fewer than 1% of the global population. The probability of these particular genetic variations occurring together in a single individual was extraordinarily low. Yet here was physical evidence that such a combination was possible. The analysis also revealed why Ata's bones appeared so mature despite her small size. The genetic testing indicated she had experienced rapid bone aging, a condition that compressed normal developmental processes into an accelerated timeline. This explained the erupted teeth and dense bone structure that had initially seemed so anomalous, but the scientific explanation still left gaps in understanding. How had Ata survived birth with such severe developmental challenges? What environmental or genetic factors might have contributed to her condition? And why had her body been carefully preserved and wrapped in cloth, suggesting someone had cared enough to provide proper burial? The Atacama region itself holds clues to these questions. The desert's extreme conditions create a natural mummification environment where organic materials can be preserved for decades or centuries. The area's mining history also exposed local populations to various chemical compounds that might influence genetic expression. Some researchers have suggested that environmental factors unique to the region could have contributed to Ata's unusual development. Dr. Nolan's team faced ethical questions throughout their research. Some critics argued that studying the remains without clear consent from potential living relatives was inappropriate. Others questioned whether public display of the specimen in documentaries and exhibitions was respectful to human remains. The scientific value of the research had to be balanced against cultural sensitivity and basic human dignity. The case also highlighted the complex relationship between scientific method and public fascination with the unexplained. While DNA analysis definitively established Ata's human origins, The initial speculation about alien visitation had already captured global attention. The true story of a child born with multiple rare genetic disorders in one of Earth's most inhospitable environments was perhaps more remarkable than any extraterrestrial explanation. Today, ATA remains in private collection, her genetic secrets partially unlocked, but her story still unfolding. The mutations identified in her genome have contributed to medical research on developmental disorders, potentially helping scientists understand how these conditions arise and progress. Her legacy extends beyond the initial mystery to create genuine scientific value. The small skeleton forces us to confront the incredible diversity of human experience. In a world where we often assume we understand the boundaries of human development, ATA represents possibilities at the very edges of biological capability. Her existence challenges our assumptions about what forms human life can take while surviving in the world's most demanding environments. Sometimes the most profound mysteries aren't about visitors from distant stars, but about the extraordinary variations possible within our own species. In 6 inches of bone and tissue, we find questions that illuminate the remarkable adaptability and fragility of human existence. The ghost ship Mary Celeste. On December 4, 1872, Captain David Morehouse spotted something that would haunt maritime history forever. A ship drifting alone between Portugal and the Azores, her sails partially set, moving without purpose across the Atlantic swells. The vessel was the Mary Celeste, and she was perfectly, unnaturally empty. What Captain Morehouse discovered when his men boarded that day defies every rational explanation maritime experts have constructed in the century and a half since. The ship wasn't damaged by storm or piracy. Her cargo of denatured alcohol remained largely intact, barely touched by the sea. Personal belongings lay undisturbed in the cabins. The ship's papers were missing, yes, but everything else suggested a crew that had simply vanished. Captain Benjamin Briggs had departed New York just a month earlier with his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 experienced crew members. These weren't novice sailors prone to panic. Briggs himself was a seasoned mariner from a family of sea captains, a man who'd navigated treacherous waters for years without incident. His wife had sailed with him before. The crew were hand-picked professionals, yet somewhere in the vast emptiness of the Atlantic, all 10 souls aboard the Mary Celeste disappeared without leaving behind a single clue that satisfies the questioning mind. The ship's final log entry was dated November 25th, placing the Mary Celeste near the island of Santa Maria. Everything appeared routine in Captain Briggs's careful handwriting. No distress, no unusual weather, no hint of the mystery that was already unfolding in those final recorded moments. When Morehouse's men explored the abandoned vessel, they found scenes that read like a maritime museum frozen in time. Briggs's cabin contained his personal effects, including a sword beneath his bed, unsheathed but unstained. Sarah Briggs's sewing machine sat ready for use. Little Sophia's toys remained scattered about their quarters. In the galley, pots and pans hung in their proper places. The ship's cargo, 1,700 barrels of denatured alcohol bound for Genoa, showed only minor damage to a handful of containers. The lifeboat was gone. This single missing element has driven decades of speculation, because it suggests the crew made a deliberate decision to abandon ship. But why? The Mary Celeste was seaworthy, well supplied, and showed no signs of the catastrophic damage that would normally force such a drastic choice. Weather records from that November show no severe storms in the area. Piracy seems unlikely given the undisturbed cargo and valuable items left behind. The alcohol fumes theory, suggesting the crew feared explosion from the denatured alcohol cargo, fails to explain why experienced sailors would choose almost certain death in an open boat over manageable risk aboard a sturdy vessel. Some have proposed that Captain Briggs, fearing his cargo might explode, ordered everyone into the lifeboat temporarily, planning to wait nearby until the perceived danger passed. A sudden squall could have separated the small boat from the ship, leaving the Mary Celeste to drift alone, while its occupants perished in rough seas. This theory requires a sequence of misfortunes so precise they seem orchestrated by malevolent design. The legal proceedings that followed the discovery only deepen the mystery. The salvage court in Gibraltar, tasked with awarding compensation to Captain Morehouse for bringing in the abandoned vessel, conducted hearings that revealed more questions than answers. Some officials suspected fraud or foul play, noting the curious fact that Morehouse and Briggs were acquaintances who had dined together shortly before their respective departures from New York. These suspicions proved unfounded, but they highlight how the Mary Celeste mystery violated the maritime world's understanding of how ships and sailors behave. Vessels don't simply empty themselves of their human cargo without cause. Experienced captains don't abandon seaworthy ships for the uncertain refuge of small boats. Families don't vanish from the ocean without leaving traces of their struggle or their story. The physical evidence, examined and re-examined by maritime investigators, tells a story of sudden but organized departure. The ship's rigging showed signs of hasty but deliberate adjustment. The cargo hold's hatches had been removed and left scattered, suggesting someone had been investigating the alcohol barrels. A rope trailed from the stern, cut cleanly at the end, as if it had once secured something, perhaps the missing lifeboat that was severed in haste or desperation. Despite numerous searches, no trace of the lifeboat or its occupants was ever found. The ocean had swallowed Captain Briggs, his family, and his crew so completely that they might never have existed at all. Their disappearance became a void in the historical record, a question mark floating in the vast indifference of the Atlantic. Modern maritime experts have proposed theories involving seaquakes, underwater explosions, or unusual weather phenomena that might explain the crew's sudden departure. None fully satisfy the available evidence. Each explanation requires assumptions that feel forced, coincidences that stretch credibility, or human behaviors that contradict what we know about experienced sailors facing crisis at sea. The Mary Celeste herself continued sailing for years after her infamous discovery, carrying cargo and crews across the world's oceans under different owners. But she carried something else as well, a reputation that made sailors uneasy, a sense that the ship herself was somehow complicit in the mystery of that December day in 1872. The vessel eventually met her end in 1885, deliberately wrecked off Haiti in an insurance fraud scheme that seemed almost fitting for a ship defined by unexplained circumstances. Even in her destruction, the Mary Celeste remained associated with mysteries and deception. What happened aboard that merchant vessel during the final days of November 1872 remains one of the ocean's most perfectly preserved enigmas. The sea keeps its secrets with infinite patience, and in the case of the Mary Celeste, it has kept them for more than a century and a half, offering only questions disguised as evidence, only mysteries masquerading as facts. Hessdalen Lights. Since 1981, a research station has operated in complete isolation in Norway's Hessdalen Valley, monitoring lights that appear without warning and vanish without explanation. The automated instruments capture data 24 hours a day, recording phenomena that challenge our understanding of natural physics. After 4 decades of observation, the lights continue to manifest exactly as they did on the first recorded night. Dr. Erling Strand has spent more time studying these lights than perhaps any human alive. His research team at Østfold University College has documented over 9,000 individual sightings, each one catalogued with precise timestamps, weather conditions, and electromagnetic readings. What emerges from this meticulous data collection isn't clarity, it's a deeper puzzle that seems to grow more complex with each measurement. The lights themselves defy simple categorization. Some appear as brilliant white orbs that hover motionless above the ridgelines for hours. Others manifest as rapidly moving red spheres that dart between the mountain peaks at impossible speeds, making angular turns that would destroy any known aircraft. Blue-green flashes illuminate entire sections of the valley floor for mere seconds before disappearing completely. Yellow lights pulse in patterns that suggest something, purpose perhaps, or response. Hessdalen Valley lies about 120 kilometers south of Trondheim, a sparsely populated region where reindeer outnumber humans by considerable margins. The valley stretches roughly 12 kilometers in length, flanked by modest mountains that rise to about 1,500 meters. Nothing about the geography suggests it should host one of the world's most persistent unexplained phenomena. Yet here, in this unremarkable Norwegian landscape, something continues to manifest that science cannot adequately explain. The peak activity occurred during the early 1980s, when residents reported seeing the lights nearly every night. Families would gather outside their homes to watch orbs of various sizes and colors perform aerial displays that seemed to respond to human presence. Several witnesses described lights that appeared to react to flashlights, brightening or moving when artificial illumination was directed toward them. These accounts prompted the scientific community's attention and led to the establishment of the Permanent Monitoring Station. Project Hessdalen launched in 1983 as a collaborative effort between Norwegian and Italian researchers. They installed sensitive cameras, radar systems, magnetometers, and spectrum analyzers throughout the valley. The sophisticated equipment captured phenomena that appeared on multiple instrument readings simultaneously, conclusive proof that whatever was happening wasn't the result of observer error or atmospheric tricks of light. The radar data presents particularly intriguing evidence. On numerous occasions, the system has detected solid objects moving through the valley's airspace, objects that register on instruments but remain invisible to the naked eye. Conversely, brilliant lights witnessed by multiple observers sometimes fail to appear on radar at all. This inconsistency suggests the phenomena might exist in forms that selectively interact with different types of detection equipment. Electromagnetic measurements reveal another layer of mystery. The lights often coincide with significant disturbances in the local magnetic field, fluctuations that can't be attributed to solar activity or known geological processes. Radio frequencies also show unusual patterns during light events, with some wavelengths being completely blocked while others remain unaffected. These electromagnetic signatures have been replicated at other monitoring stations, confirming that the effects extend beyond the immediate vicinity of the visual phenomena. Dr. Massimo Teodorani, an Italian astrophysicist who has conducted extensive research in Hessdalen, documented lights that emit specific spectral signatures. His analysis reveals the presence of elements like scandium and other rare metals in the light emissions. However, there's no obvious source for these materials in the valley's geology, and no known natural process that would suspend them in the atmosphere at the concentrations detected. The lights display behaviors that suggest environmental awareness. They appear more frequently during certain weather conditions, particularly when the valley experiences temperature inversions. Some researchers theorize that atmospheric conditions might trigger or enhance whatever process creates the phenomena. Yet the lights also manifest during perfectly clear, stable weather conditions, undermining any simple meteorological explanation. Local geology offers few clues. Hessdalen sits above deposits of iron ore and other metallic minerals, leading to speculation about piezoelectric effects or other geomagnetic phenomena. However, similar geological formations exist throughout Norway without producing comparable light displays. The mineral composition might be a factor, but it's insufficient as a complete explanation. Wildlife behavior during light events adds another dimension to the mystery. Reindeer and other animals in the valley seem completely unperturbed by the phenomena, suggesting that either the manifestations pose no threat or that the animals have adapted to their presence over time. This behavioral observation contrasts sharply with typical animal responses to unusual environmental events. The international scientific community has proposed various explanations over the decades. Plasma phenomena, earthquake lights, rare atmospheric conditions, and electromagnetic field interactions have all been suggested as potential causes. Each theory accounts for some aspects of the observations while failing to address others. The comprehensive nature of the mystery, spanning visual, electromagnetic, and radar signatures, resists simple classification. Recent developments in the research have introduced new questions rather than answers. Some lights now appear to demonstrate more complex behaviors than those documented in earlier decades. Researchers have recorded instances of multiple lights appearing to coordinate their movements, following parallel paths or maintaining fixed distances from each other during flight. These observations suggest interconnected phenomena that operate according to patterns not yet understood. The Hessdalen Lights continue their appearances today, though with less frequency than during the peak years of the 1980s. The monitoring station maintains its vigilance, adding new data points to a collection that spans more than 40 years. Each measurement brings additional detail to the scientific record, but the fundamental questions remain unanswered. What creates sustained luminous phenomena in this particular Norwegian valley? Why do they interact selectively with different detection systems? How do they maintain coherent behavior patterns across decades of manifestation? The lights of Hessdalen offer their own answers. glowing silently in the Nordic darkness, visible yet inexplicable, documented yet undefined. The Iron Pillar of Delhi. For 15 centuries, metallurgists have run their hands along a column of iron that refuses to surrender to time. The Iron Pillar of Delhi stands 23 feet tall in the courtyard of the Qutb Palace, its surface bearing Sanskrit inscriptions from the 4th century CE, yet showing no signs of the rust that should have consumed it long ago. Modern steel structures built decades ago crumble around it while this ancient monument remains pristine. When British metallurgist Robert Hadfield first examined the pillar in 1912, he expected to find the familiar orange-red stains of oxidation eating through the metal. Instead, he discovered something that challenged everything he understood about iron's behavior in atmospheric conditions. The pillar contained 98% pure iron, forged sometime between 375 and 415 CE during the reign of Chandragupta II, yet it displayed a corrosion resistance that modern technology struggles to replicate. The pillar's origins trace back to Mathura, roughly 90 miles south of Delhi, where ancient Indian metallurgists created what may be the most sophisticated example of iron working from the first millennium. Historical records suggest it was moved to its current location in the 11th century, surviving not just the passage of time, but also the relocation process that would have stressed any metal structure. The Sanskrit inscription running along its length credits the pillar to King Chandra, likely Chandragupta II, and mentions its dedication to the Hindu god Vishnu. Dr. Anantharaman of the Indian Institute of Technology conducted extensive analysis in the 1990s, revealing that the pillar's immunity to rust stems from a protective passive layer that formed on its surface over centuries. This layer, composed of miso-white and iron hydrogen phosphate compounds, creates a barrier that actually strengthens over time rather than degrading. The phosphorus content in the iron, approximately 1%, plays a crucial role in this self-protecting mechanism, yet the mystery deepens when considering the technological requirements for creating such a structure. The pillar weighs 6 tons and was forged as a single piece, requiring temperatures exceeding 1500 degrees Celsius and metallurgical techniques that allowed ancient smiths to maintain consistent purity throughout the entire casting process. Modern attempts to replicate similar large-scale forgings often result in structural weaknesses, impurities, or inconsistent composition that would make the metal vulnerable to environmental damage. The atmospheric conditions of Delhi present another puzzle. The city experiences monsoon seasons, temperature fluctuations, and industrial pollution that accelerate corrosion in most metals. Iron structures built during the British colonial period show extensive rust damage, as do contemporary steel buildings throughout the region. The pillar's location in an open courtyard exposes it to these same conditions, yet it remains unaffected by the environmental factors that destroy other metallic monuments. Chemical analysis reveals additional anomalies in the pillar's composition. The slag inclusions, typically considered impurities that weaken metal, appear to contribute to its protective properties. These inclusions create microscopic barriers that prevent corrosive elements from penetrating deeper into the iron matrix. The ancient smiths somehow achieved a balance of materials that modern metallurgy recognizes as beneficial, but struggles to intentionally reproduce on such a scale. Professor Baldev Raj's research team discovered that the pillar's surface contains crystalline structures that form naturally over time, creating an increasingly protective shell. This phenomenon occurs due to the specific atmospheric conditions in Delhi, combined with the pillar's unique phosphorus content, but the original craftsmen couldn't have known about these chemical interactions. Their achievement appears to be the result of empirical knowledge and techniques passed down through generations of metalworkers. The manufacturing process itself presents engineering challenges that ancient Indian smiths somehow overcame. Creating a 6-ton iron structure requires not just metallurgical expertise, but also sophisticated furnace design, fuel management, and lifting mechanisms. Archaeological evidence from sites like Hampi and other centers of ancient Indian civilization reveals advanced knowledge of ironworking, but nothing approaching the scale and precision of the Delhi pillar. Contemporary attempts to understand the pillar's creation have involved computer modeling and materials science analysis. Researchers at IIT Delhi recreated small samples using traditional techniques, achieving similar corrosion resistance in controlled laboratory conditions. However, scaling these methods to produce a structure matching the pillar's size and durability remains beyond current capabilities without modern industrial equipment. The inscription itself provides clues about the technological context of its creation. References to the king's military victories suggest access to resources and skilled craftsmen from across the Gupta Empire, possibly explaining how such advanced metallurgical knowledge became concentrated in a single project. The pillar may represent not just individual expertise, but the culmination of centuries of metalworking tradition across the Indian subcontinent. Folklore surrounding the pillar includes claims about its supernatural properties, but scientific examination focuses on the remarkable achievement it represents in material science. The fact that ancient metallurgists created something that continues to puzzle modern experts suggests sophisticated understanding of chemistry and physics that hasn't been fully documented in surviving historical records. Recent studies using electron microscopy and X-ray analysis have identified additional trace elements in the pillar's composition that may contribute to its preservation. These elements occur in specific ratios that optimize the formation of protective compounds, indicating either extraordinary luck or deep knowledge of metallurgical chemistry on the part of its creators. The Iron Pillar of Delhi stands as evidence that ancient civilizations possessed technical capabilities that exceeded what historians traditionally attributed to pre-industrial societies. Its continued existence challenges assumptions about technological progress and suggests that knowledge systems from the past may contain insights that contemporary science has yet to fully appreciate. In a world where rust claims countless structures each year, this 1,500-year-old monument continues to resist time itself, preserving both its physical form and the mystery of its creation. The Black Dahlia Murder. On January 15, 1947, a young mother walking with her 3-year-old daughter through a vacant lot in Los Angeles stumbled upon what she initially mistook for a discarded mannequin. The pale figure lying in the weeds looked too precise, too carefully arranged to be real. But as Betty Bersinger moved closer, the horrifying truth crystallized before her eyes. This wasn't a department store dummy. This was a human being, cut cleanly in half at the waist, drained of blood, and positioned with surgical precision. The woman who would become known to history as the Black Dahlia was 22-year-old Elizabeth Short, an aspiring actress from Massachusetts who had drifted to California chasing the same Hollywood dreams as thousands before her. What happened to Elizabeth in the days leading up to her death, and who transformed her into one of the most infamous crime scene discoveries in American history, remains one of the most perplexing murder cases ever documented. The crime scene itself defied explanation. Elizabeth's body had been surgically bisected with what appeared to be medical expertise. There was no blood at the location, indicating she had been killed elsewhere and transported to the lot. Her body had been washed clean, her hair shampooed, and her face bore cuts extending from the corners of her mouth to her ears, in what investigators grimly called a Glasgow smile. The killer had taken time, showing both anatomical knowledge and a chilling attention to detail that suggested this was more than a crime of passion. Dr. Frederick Newbar, the chief autopsy surgeon who examined Elizabeth's remains, noted that the bisection had been performed with remarkable precision. The cut was clean, straight, and showed no signs of hesitation or error. Whoever had done this possessed either medical training or extensive anatomical knowledge. The body showed signs of torture, yet the methodical nature of the injuries suggested a killer who remained calm and collected throughout the ordeal. The investigation that followed became a media sensation, unlike anything Los Angeles had witnessed. The press dubbed her the Black Dahlia, a reference to the film noir movie The Blue Dahlia, and Elizabeth's preference for dark clothing. But beneath the sensational headlines lay a complex web of potential suspects, false confessions, and investigative dead ends that would frustrate law enforcement for decades. Detective Harry Hansen, who led the initial investigation, faced an unprecedented challenge. Elizabeth Short's life in the months before her death was a patchwork of temporary addresses, casual acquaintances, and brief romantic encounters. She moved frequently, staying with friends, in hotels, and sometimes with men she had recently met. Reconstructing her final days required interviewing hundreds of people, many of whom provided contradictory accounts of her behavior and whereabouts. The last confirmed sighting of Elizabeth alive placed her at the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles on January 9, 1947. She had been staying with a girlfriend in San Diego, but told her host she was returning to Los Angeles to meet someone who might help her career. Security footage and witness accounts confirmed she made phone calls from the hotel lobby, but the identity of whom she called and whom she left with remains unknown. What makes the Black Dahlia case particularly haunting is the killer's apparent desire for attention. 3 days after the body's discovery, someone claiming to be the murderer contacted the Los Angeles Examiner newspaper. The caller, whose gender couldn't be definitively determined due to a disguised voice, promised to send Elizabeth's belongings and proof of their involvement. True to their word, a package arrived containing Elizabeth's birth certificate, social security card, an address book, and photographs. The items had been soaked in gasoline, eliminating any fingerprints, yet the killer wanted police and press to know they possessed her personal effects. The address book proved particularly tantalizing. Several pages had been torn out, suggesting the killer wanted to hide certain connections while revealing others. The names that remained led investigators on countless interviews, but none produced the breakthrough they desperately sought. Each lead seemed to generate 3 more, creating an ever-expanding web of potential suspects and motives. Over the years, more than 50 individuals have confessed to Elizabeth Short's murder. Some were clearly disturbed individuals seeking attention, but others presented details that weren't public knowledge. In 1949, a drifter named Arnold Smith claimed responsibility and provided information about the crime scene that impressed investigators. However, inconsistencies in his story and a solid alibi for the crucial dates eliminated him as a suspect. The case attracted scrutiny from some of the era's most prominent figures. Gangster Mickey Cohen found himself questioned due to his extensive criminal network in Los Angeles. Several Hollywood personalities were investigated when rumors surfaced about underground parties and disturbing activities among certain entertainment industry circles. Even a prominent Los Angeles doctor came under suspicion when witnesses claimed to have seen Elizabeth at medical facilities shortly before her death. Dr. George Hill Hodel, a respected physician and intellectual, emerged as a significant suspect decades later when his own son, former LAPD detective Steve Hodel, presented evidence suggesting his father's involvement. The younger Hodel discovered photographs among his father's belongings that appeared to show Elizabeth Short, along with other evidence linking Dr. Hodel to the crime. However, despite compelling circumstantial evidence, definitive proof remained elusive. The Black Dahlia murder occurred during an era when forensic science was in its infancy. No DNA analysis existed, fingerprint databases were limited, and investigative techniques relied heavily on witness testimony and circumstantial evidence. Today's advanced forensic methods might have solved the case within weeks, but in 1947, investigators worked with tools that seem primitive by modern standards. Perhaps most troubling is the possibility that Elizabeth Short's killer remained active long after her death. Several unsolved murders in the Los Angeles area during the late 1940s and early 1950s bore similarities to the Black Dahlia case. Young women, often aspiring actresses or models, were found murdered with signs of surgical knowledge in their injuries. These cases never received the same media attention, but investigators noticed patterns that suggested a common perpetrator might have been responsible. The enduring mystery of Elizabeth Short's murder continues to generate new theories and investigations more than 70 years after her death. Her case files, now housed in the Los Angeles Police Department's archives, occupy several filing cabinets and represent one of the most thoroughly documented unsolved crimes in American history. Yet despite thousands of hours of investigation, hundreds of interviews, and countless leads, the identity of the Black Dahlia killer remains as elusive today as it was in 1947. The Lake Anjicouni Mystery. In November 1930, a fur trapper named Joe LaBelle arrived at a remote settlement near Lake Anjicouni in the Canadian Arctic, expecting the usual warm welcome from the Inuit families who had called this place home for generations. Instead, he found something that would haunt him for the rest of his life: complete and utter silence. The village that should have been bustling with preparation for the harsh winter ahead stood frozen in time, as if its inhabitants had simply vanished mid-task. Kayaks that should never be left unattended sat abandoned on the shoreline. Sled dogs, those vital lifelines of Arctic survival, lay dead from starvation, still tethered to their posts. Most unsettling of all, rifle shots that Lebel fired into the air to announce his arrival echoed back unanswered across the empty landscape. What Lebel discovered defied every practical explanation. Inside the dwellings, meals sat half-prepared on tables. Personal belongings remained untouched. Seal oil lamps had burned down to nothing, their wicks long extinguished. The entire population of roughly 30 men, women and children had apparently disappeared without taking a single essential item for survival in one of Earth's most unforgiving environments. When Lebel reported his findings to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the investigation that followed only deepened the mystery. The Mounties confirmed his account, noting details that made a voluntary departure seem impossible. No footprints led away from the village. No signs of struggle suggested violence or conflict. The community's most precious possessions, items that would never be abandoned by choice, remained exactly where their owners had left them. But the strangeness extended beyond the village itself. The RCMP reported that the community's ancestral burial ground had been disturbed, with graves opened and bodies removed. Yet this wasn't the work of scavengers or natural forces. Someone or something had carefully extracted the remains, but for what purpose remained incomprehensible. Traditional explanations crumbled under scrutiny. Starvation couldn't account for the sudden, simultaneous disappearance of an entire community. These were experienced Arctic inhabitants who understood survival in ways that outsiders never could. They wouldn't abandon shelter, supplies, and their essential sled dogs when winter was approaching. Conflict with other groups seemed equally unlikely, as there were no signs of violence and no neighboring communities reported unusual activity. The timeline itself presented puzzles. Some accounts suggested the village had been empty for weeks before Lebel's arrival, based on the condition of the dogs and the state of decay in the abandoned food. Yet other evidence implied a much more recent departure. The lack of snow accumulation in certain areas suggested the abandonment had occurred days, not weeks, before discovery. Local Inuit communities, when questioned, offered no explanations that satisfied investigators. Some spoke in hushed tones of strange lights seen in the sky around that time. Others mentioned unusual sounds carried on the winter winds, sounds unlike anything in their traditional experience. But concrete answers remained elusive, and many seemed reluctant to discuss the matter in detail. Decades later, researchers attempting to verify the Lake Anjikuni incident encountered a new mystery: the official records. While newspaper accounts from the 1930s documented the story extensively, finding comprehensive RCMP files proved surprisingly difficult. Some researchers claim the official investigation was more thorough than publicly reported, while others suggest the entire event was exaggerated by sensationalist journalism of the era. This documentation gap has led some to question whether the mass disappearance occurred as dramatically as initially reported. Yet dismissing the story entirely requires ignoring multiple independent sources and the consistent details that emerged from different witnesses. Joe Lebel's account remained unchanged throughout his life, and he gained nothing from fabricating such a tale. The few follow-up investigations conducted in subsequent decades have yielded conflicting information. Some researchers claim to have found evidence supporting the mass disappearance, including testimony from other trappers and traders who noticed the unusual absence of the Lake Anjikuni community from regional gatherings. Others argue that the population may have gradually relocated for practical reasons, and that the dramatic disappearance story grew from misunderstandings and cultural miscommunication. What makes Lake Anjikuni particularly intriguing is how it fits into a broader pattern of unexplained disappearances in remote northern regions during the early 20th century. Similar stories emerged from other isolated communities, though none as well documented or dramatic. The harsh environment and limited communication networks of the time meant that unusual events could go unnoticed for months, creating conditions where mysteries could develop and persist. Modern technology has brought new tools for investigating historical disappearances, but Lake Anjikuni offers few opportunities for resolution. The remote location, harsh climate, and passage of nearly a century have erased most physical evidence. Archaeological surveys of the area have been limited, both by practical challenges and by respect for indigenous cultural sites. The psychological impact on those who heard Lebel's account was profound and lasting. For fur traders and others who worked in isolation, the idea that an entire community could simply vanish struck at fundamental assumptions about survival and security in the wilderness. The story spread through trading posts and settlements across northern Canada, becoming part of regional folklore while retaining its basis in reported fact. Climate researchers studying historical weather patterns have found no unusual conditions around Lake Antikythera in late 1930 that might explain a mass departure or tragedy. The winter that year was harsh, but not unprecedented. Food sources, according to available records, were adequate for the season. Environmental factors that might force immediate evacuation simply weren't present. Today, Lake Antikythera remains as remote and forbidding as it was in 1930. The few visitors who make the difficult journey report the same haunting silence that struck Joe LaBelle. Whether that silence holds the echoes of an unexplained disappearance or simply reflects the natural solitude of the Arctic wilderness depends largely on what evidence you choose to trust and how comfortable you are with questions that may never find their answers. The Saqqara Bird. The museum cataloger barely glanced at it in 1898. Item number 6347, logged simply as wooden bird figure from Saqqara necropolis, found its way to a dusty shelf in Cairo's Egyptian museum. For 71 years, this small carved piece of sycamore wood sat forgotten among thousands of other artifacts, until 1969, when Dr. Khalil Masiha, an Egyptian physician with a passion for aviation, noticed something that stopped him cold. The proportions were wrong for a bird. The wingspan measured 14 centimeters, perfectly symmetrical. No legs, no feathers carved into the surface. The tail section consisted of a single vertical fin, not the horizontal spread you'd expect from any creature that had ever taken flight in nature. What Dr. Masiha was examining looked remarkably like the fuselage of a modern aircraft. Dating places this artifact somewhere around 200 BCE, during the Ptolemaic period when Alexandria served as the intellectual capital of the ancient world. The necropolis at Saqqara had yielded countless treasures, but nothing quite like this. The craftsmanship displays deliberate precision. Someone had invested considerable time and skill in creating an object that bears an uncanny resemblance to technologies that wouldn't appear for another 2 millennia. Dr. Messia's observations sparked immediate controversy. Egyptologists pointed to similar wooden bird figures from the same period, arguing the Saqqara bird represented nothing more than a stylized hawk or falcon, sacred to several Egyptian deities. The missing horizontal tail section could have broken off over the centuries. The streamlined body might simply reflect artistic license rather than aerodynamic understanding. But the proportions continued to trouble aviation experts. When model aircraft enthusiasts created exact replicas of the Saqqara bird, adding horizontal tail fins, several reported that their reproductions actually flew. The weight distribution, the wing placement, even the slight upward angle of the wings suggested knowledge of lift and drag principles that wouldn't be formally understood until the Wright brothers' experiments in the early 1900s. The artifact measures just over 21 centimeters in length. Its nose is pointed, tapering to a rounded tip. The wings maintain consistent thickness and show no signs of having supported feathers or other ornamental details. Most intriguingly, small holes appear at various points along the body, as if the object once held additional components now lost to time. Simon Sanderson, an aeronautical engineer who studied detailed photographs of the artifact, noted that the wing-to-body ratio falls within parameters that modern aircraft designers recognize as optimal for gliding. The center of gravity appears carefully calculated. If this object was meant to fly, its creator understood principles that European science wouldn't codify until the Renaissance. Alternative theories emerged. Some researchers suggested the Saqqara bird served as a child's toy, perhaps designed to be thrown like a javelin. Others proposed it represented a boat, noting that ancient Egyptian vessels sometimes featured curved prows that might explain the unusual proportions. The vertical tail fin could indicate a rudder rather than an aircraft component. Archaeological context complicates these interpretations. The tomb where workers found the Saqqara bird contained other objects associated with flight and movement. Model boats appeared alongside the wooden figure, but their construction and proportions clearly indicate watercraft. the bird stands apart, both in design and in the questions it raises about the technological knowledge of its creators. Dr. Martin Gregory, who has studied ancient Egyptian aviation theories, points to hieroglyphic texts that describe the deceased soul taking flight to join Ra in his solar bark. Could the Saqqara bird represent an attempt to create a physical manifestation of this spiritual journey? The object's burial, alongside personal possessions, suggests it held significance beyond mere decoration. The engineering precision becomes more remarkable when considered against the tools available to ancient craftsmen. Bronze implements and copper chisels could certainly shape sycamore wood with great accuracy, but achieving the symmetric perfection of the Saqqara bird required both skill and intention. Someone made deliberate choices about angles, proportions, and weight distribution. Modern attempts to replicate ancient flight have produced mixed results. Thor Heyerdahl's experiments with reed boats proved ancient peoples could achieve remarkable ocean crossings. Greek legends speak of Icarus and Daedalus, suggesting flight captured human imagination long before mechanical aviation became reality. But imagination and actual aerodynamic knowledge represent different categories of human achievement. The Saqqara bird's wings show evidence of having been sanded smooth. The craftsman took care to eliminate imperfections that would create drag. The nose comes to a sharp point that would cut efficiently through air. These details suggest someone who understood how objects move through fluid mediums, whether water or atmosphere. Recent X-ray analysis revealed the artifact was carved from a single piece of wood, ruling out the possibility that it was assembled from components. The internal structure shows no hidden chambers or additional materials. Whatever purpose this object served, its creator intended it as a unified, streamlined form. Questions multiply rather than resolve with each examination. If ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge of flight, why do we find so few examples of such artifacts? The Saqqara bird remains essentially unique in the archaeological record. No contemporary texts describe aircraft or flying machines. No wall paintings depict humans operating gliders or understanding lift principles. Yet the object exists, challenging comfortable assumptions about the linear progression of human knowledge. Technologies emerge, disappear, and emerge again throughout history. Ironworking appeared in different cultures at different times, sometimes independently. Mathematics developed along parallel tracks in Greece, India, and China. Perhaps our understanding of ancient capabilities remains incomplete. The Saqqara bird continues to rest in Cairo's Egyptian Museum, catalog number unchanged. Visitors who notice it among the countless other artifacts might see a simple wooden bird, evidence of ancient reverence for creatures that mastered the sky. Others might glimpse something more unsettling, a suggestion that human understanding of flight reaches back much further than we've dared to imagine. The debate surrounding this small wooden object reflects larger questions about ancient knowledge and lost technologies. In an age when we assume technological progress moves only forward, artifacts like the Saqqara bird whisper of possibilities we might have forgotten to consider. The Devil's Kettle. For decades, scientists have dropped everything from ping-pong balls to dye into Judge C.R. Magny State Park's most perplexing feature, watching them vanish without explanation. The Devil's Kettle waterfall splits the Brule River in two. One half cascades normally down the rocks, rejoining the river below. The other half disappears into what appears to be a simple pothole, never to be seen again. The Brule River carves its way through Minnesota's North Shore with the persistence that only water possesses. As it approaches Lake Superior, something extraordinary occurs. The river encounters an outcropping of rhyolite volcanic rock formed over 1 billion years ago and divides around it. This split creates two distinct waterfalls, each roughly 8 feet in height. The eastern falls behaves as waterfalls should, tumbling over the ledge and continuing downstream. The western cascade, however, plunges into what geologists call a kettle, a bowl-shaped depression carved by swirling water over countless millennia. Under normal circumstances, this kettle should overflow. Water should spill back into the main channel, reuniting the divided river. Instead, the kettle appears to swallow every drop, maintaining a consistent water level despite the constant influx from above. The volume disappearing into this geological anomaly equals roughly half the Brule River's flow, thousands of gallons per minute during peak periods. Hydrologists first attempted to solve this puzzle in the 1960s using traditional tracer methods. They released brightly colored dyes into the kettle, expecting the distinctive markers to emerge somewhere downstream, in underground springs, or in nearby Lake Superior. The dyes never appeared. Researchers expanded their search radius, monitoring water sources across miles of surrounding wilderness. Nothing. The mystery deepened when scientists tried different approaches. They dropped ping-pong balls, lightweight objects that should float through any underwater passage into the swirling kettle. The balls vanished as completely as the dye. Researchers introduced biodegradable tracking devices, hoping modern technology might succeed where traditional methods had failed. These too disappeared without trace. Jeff Green, a hydrologist with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, spent years studying the Devil's Kettle phenomenon. His team employed increasingly sophisticated techniques, including underwater cameras and sonar mapping. The equipment revealed that the kettle extends deeper than previously thought, but the ultimate destination remained elusive. Green noted that the absence of any downstream evidence suggested something far more complex than a simple underground river system. Geological surveys of the surrounding bedrock offered additional complications. The rhyolite formation underlying this section of the Brule River is extremely dense and resistant to erosion. For an underground channel large enough to accommodate half a river's flow to form naturally through such hard rock would require either enormous time spans or unusual geological forces. Neither explanation fully satisfied the scientific community. Local Ojibwe traditions speak of this location with reverence and caution. Their stories describe the kettle as a place where the water world and spirit world intersect, a portal through which offerings could reach ancestors. While these cultural narratives don't provide geological answers, they acknowledge something the scientific community has struggled to accept. This place operates by rules that don't conform to conventional understanding. Temperature measurements added another layer to the mystery. Water entering the kettle maintained consistent temperature readings with the main river channel. If the disappeared water was traveling through extensive underground passages, temperature variations should occur. The absence of thermal changes suggested either a very short underground journey, contradicted by the lack of nearby emergence points, or an entirely different mechanism. Recent theories have proposed increasingly exotic explanations. Some geologists suggest the water travels through a complex network of hairline fractures in the bedrock, eventually reaching Lake Superior through infinitesimally small openings that wouldn't be detectable through conventional monitoring. This microfracture theory explains why tracking materials never emerge visibly. They become too dispersed to detect. Others propose that the kettle connects to deep groundwater systems, possibly reaching the vast aquifers that underlie the Great Lakes region. In this scenario, the Brule River water becomes part of a much larger hydrological network, emerging years or decades later through springs hundreds of miles away. The dilution factor would render any tracers undetectable. A more radical possibility involves geological processes that remain poorly understood. The billion-year-old rhyolite beneath the Devil's Kettle formed during Earth's Mesoproterozoic era, a period when the continent's geological structure was fundamentally different. Ancient volcanic activity created rock formations with internal structures that don't match modern geological models. The kettle might represent a remnant of these primordial processes, a window into hydrological behaviors that predate our current understanding of how water moves through rock. Environmental changes have added urgency to solving this puzzle. Climate fluctuations affect the Brule River's flow patterns, potentially altering whatever mechanism is responsible for the kettle's behavior. If the underlying process depends on specific pressure differentials or flow rates maintained over geological timescales, modern environmental shifts could disrupt this ancient system. The implications extend beyond simple curiosity. Understanding how such massive volumes of water can disappear without trace has relevance for groundwater management, environmental protection, and geological hazard assessment. If natural systems can transport water through pathways that remain undetectable using current technology, our models for predicting groundwater flow and contamination spread may be fundamentally flawed. Recent research has employed increasingly sophisticated methods, including isotopic analysis and molecular tracers designed to remain detectable even at extremely low concentrations. Results remain inconclusive. the scientific community continues to grapple with a phenomenon that seems to violate basic principles of hydrology and physics. Standing beside the Devil's Kettle today, watching thousands of gallons of water vanish into what appears to be a simple depression in the rock, the mystery feels as profound as ever. Somewhere beneath your feet, half a river travels through pathways that have confounded every attempt at discovery. The water that disappears into this Minnesota kettle joins the ranks of phenomena that remind us how much about our planet remains fundamentally unknown. The Brule River continues its ancient split, maintaining a secret that has proven more durable than our most advanced scientific instruments. The Hinterkaifeck Murders. The footprints in the snow told a story that made no sense. 6 sets of tracks led toward the remote Bavarian farmstead of Hinterkaifeck on that cold March evening in 1922, but none led away. When neighbors finally discovered what lay inside the house and barn, they found a crime scene so methodical, so deliberately arranged, that even today's forensic experts struggle to piece together what actually happened during those dark hours. Andreas Gruber had been hearing those footsteps for weeks before his death, footsteps in the attic above his bedroom, pacing back and forth through the long winter nights. When he climbed up to investigate, he found nothing but undisturbed dust and shadows. The newspaper delivered to his farm sat folded differently than he remembered leaving it. Keys went missing, then reappeared in places they didn't belong. Someone, or something, had been sharing their home long before that final, terrible night. The Gruber family lived in calculated isolation on their farm between Munich and Nuremberg. Andreas, his wife Kazilia, their widowed daughter Victoria, and her 2 young children occupied the main house, while their maid stayed in quarters nearby. When their previous maid left abruptly just months before the murders, claiming the house felt wrong somehow, the family struggled to find a replacement willing to work in such a remote location. Maria Baumgartner arrived at Hinterkaifeck on the very day the family would die. She had traveled from Munich to take the housekeeping position, carrying with her a small suitcase and references from previous employers. By morning, she would be dead alongside the family she had known for less than 12 hours. The killer knew the farm intimately. This wasn't random violence or a burglary gone wrong. Someone familiar with every creaking floorboard, every door that stuck, every hiding place where the family kept their modest savings, had planned this methodically. Andreas and Kazilia were lured to the barn first, struck down with a pickaxe in the tool shed they visited every evening to check on the property. Victoria and the new maid followed the same path later, suffering the same fate. What happened next defies explanation. The 2 children, 7-year-old Kazilia and 2-year-old Joseph, were killed in their beds upstairs. Little Kazilia showed signs of having lived for several hours after the initial attack, her small hands clawing at the ground beneath her pillow. The killer had remained in the house during those hours, waiting, perhaps listening to her labored breathing in the darkness. But the truly unsettling details emerged during the investigation. Someone had spent days in that house after the murders. The farm animals were fed and watered with methodical care. Neighbors noticed smoke rising from the chimney, meals being prepared in the kitchen, lights moving through the windows at night. Mail was collected and sorted. The killer hadn't fled into the darkness after completing their work. They had settled in to live among the bodies. George Reingruber, Victoria's former husband officially killed in the war, had been spotted in the area despite his supposed death. Victoria had been receiving substantial financial support from an unnamed source, enough to live comfortably without revealing where the money originated. The family's business dealings involved debts and land disputes that had festered for years, creating enemies Andreas Gruber never spoke about publicly. The investigation attracted attention from across Germany. Munich's top detectives arrived to examine the scene, but found evidence contaminated by curious neighbors and local officials who had trampled through the farmhouse before securing the area. More than 100 suspects were questioned over the following months, yet each alibi held firm, each lead dissolved under scrutiny. Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor who claimed to have discovered the bodies, knew details about the crime scene that he shouldn't have possessed. His behavior during the investigation struck many as suspicious, but his position as a respected member of the community protected him from serious scrutiny. Years later, locals would whisper that Schlittenbauer might have been Victoria's secret lover, the father of young Joseph, and perhaps someone with motives the investigators never fully explored. The weapon used in the killings disappeared completely. A pickaxe from the farm's own tool shed had been the instrument of death, but after the murders, it was never found despite extensive searches of the property and surrounding countryside. This wasn't a killer who panicked and disposed of evidence carelessly. They had planned their cleanup as methodically as the murders themselves. Physical evidence pointed to conclusions that made investigators uncomfortable. The killer demonstrated unusual strength and precision, striking each victim in a way that suggested either professional experience or an intimate knowledge of human anatomy. No fingerprints were recoverable from the scene using 1922 technology, and the few physical clues available led to dead ends that frustrated even experienced detectives. Modern forensic experts who have reviewed the case files find elements that don't align with typical family annihilators or burglary-motivated killings. The extended stay at the farm after the murders suggests psychological motivations beyond simple revenge or financial gain. Someone had found comfort or satisfaction in occupying the space where they had committed such systematic violence. The farmhouse itself was demolished shortly after the investigation concluded, but locals kept reporting strange phenomena around the property for decades afterward. Unexplained lights, voices carrying across the fields on still nights, and an persistent sense of unease that seemed to emanate from the very ground where Hinterkaifeck once stood. Recent DNA analysis attempts on preserved evidence have yielded inconclusive results, hampered by contamination and the degraded state of materials stored for a century. Without new physical evidence or witness testimony, the case remains exactly where those Munich detectives left it in 1922, surrounded by suspicions that never quite crystallized into proof and questions that multiply rather than resolve with each new examination. The Hinterkaifeck murders remind us that some violence carries mysteries within